Well, we're live. So, hello. But the first thing that I would like to say is that I have just today gotten my Stream Elements. It's actually one sec. I'm just going to mute you for a moment, JG. So, hello. The first thing I would like to say is that I have recently gotten my Stream Elements and Pay set up. So if anyone would like to send a tip in, and I will be making sure to read off your questions, and we will react to it, and I will make sure to read it off. So, so if you would like to do that, please do so. And the link to do that is in the pinned comment. So that was the first thing I wanted to say, and I only muted JG because there was a good amount of background noise coming from him, and I want to make sure that got out there correctly.
Trust me, I think he understands. He's on the road right now, so.
Oh yeah. I just didn't want to be too much of a dick with just randomly muting people.
So yeah, hello.
No,
Hi there.
Hello, and so I am joined by CP117, also known by I Need a Weapon on Twitter. Here, JG Broadus, known by JG Broadus on Twitter, and Natso Servant Arc, also known as Arc Natso on Twitter.
Yo.
So we are here to talk about Mando Season 3, Episode 2.5. because
episode 2 or episode 1 officially happened back in the Book of Boba Fett.
Not just that, we saw 1.5 episodes in Book of Boba Fett.
Oh,
that's why that's why it's 2.5. One of those episodes was a complete episode of Mandalorian. The other one was only half. So this is episode 2.5.
I have said this in other spaces on Twitter too.
Just go back to some of my earlier videos. I actually made a video. What was it called? Let me see here. It was. Let's see. What the title of it was this Book of Boba Fett episode 5 or Mandalorian chapter 7? You decide.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure we already decided.
Oh, I know, but I'm just saying that this is not the first time I've said that.
Yeah, and that is the majority take on most fandom too.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But just be clear, that wasn't a short thing that I did there. That was like a 10-minute episode that I made, completely going through the entire damn thing, going, "Yep."
Point by point, right?
Yes. So yeah, that wasn't just a Bible. That was just I'm analyzing this damn thing. Come get me.
If you dare.
Yep. And I actually had some people try to come get me, and I don't think anybody won.
No.
So
they really do.
What part of the episode are we discussing first?
Well, but just so that everybody can know where we stand, and would you guys mind if we just go around and just say our overall feelings on the episode?
Right.
Okay, so I will start. Let's go around. Let's go around the clock with the people on the screen. So we've got me, NetCat, the cat of the net. Which, by the way, I really like the fact that I can put a title down there now. And for anyone that's curious with my avatar, that is literally me standing outside my house. That is just in my back, not currently, but a few weeks ago.
Got a pretty legit duster too, like a Snake Plissken level jacket there.
Oh yeah, I love my duster. So
very cool.
And the first 10 minutes of this show, I was groaning for a decent amount of it. but after that, overall, I just kind of felt, well, that was a show. I was very neutral about it. There was a scene midway through that I enjoyed, but I wasn't angry or upset with much. Just I was like, eh, well, that was a show. So overall, I would just give this show a mid rating, like 5 or 6 out of 10. So now,
Nice.
I'm going to kick this over to CT,
Thoughts on the show, CT?
and I'm just going to mute you right now for now, JG. Okay?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So far, I'm just trying to gather my thoughts on this here. I mean, it's only like the beginning part of the third season here, and I think, I didn't want to sort of kind of believe in this rumor that Bounding into Comics said about, Bo-Katan getting the Jake Skywalker treatment.
Unless you want us to respond,
Well,
because I was intending for this to be something for each of us to say by ourselves, not questioning.
oh,
No,
well,
yeah.
Because this is
No.
just that's just the part where we say what we think about the episode, not this isn't discussion.
We're not getting into discussions yet, CT. This is
okay.
just
Then,
our
sorry,
overall thought.
I'll say that for the discussions then.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm trying to, I want to at least look forward to what what the story is trying to lead us to exactly.
But what do you think about the show?
The preview. I really do like the setting of the show that is.
The episode. What do you
Yeah,
think
talking
about
about
this
just the
episode?
Not the show.
I don't. I
Okay,
don't care
sorry.
about the show in general. Tell us about what you think about this episode.
Well, I'm glad that we at least got to see the town that we the town that has progress bit
Mm-hmm.
that was seen in the previous first season,
Agreed.
and that there's a cool statue erection of the IG-11.
But what do you think about the episode? Good, bad?
Good.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, but that's literally what I'm trying to get from everybody. But mine is that I am neutral on it.
Right.
And I'm just trying to give each of us a little peg of where we actually stand overall so that people watching can actually have an idea of just where we stand. That's all I'm trying to go for. We will get into the weeds. Don't worry. We'll get into the weeds.
Maybe unmute my dad so he can give his thoughts.
Well, you're the next in the clockwork.
Oh, I am?
Yes.
Okay.
It's me, CT, then you, then him. It's a clock.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you said class for some reason. No. Okay, so my general thoughts were it was pretty okay, pretty decent. I like. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
I like how it started this time because normally, like when you think Mandalorian, you think like self-contained story episode. It seems like they're setting a lot of those up, but whether or not it'll live up. So, just general thoughts of the episode. It's okay.
Actually,
decent.
just to very quickly break in, I would just like to say, yes, I agree with that. With them setting things up, that is something that I think they're doing. I agree that that's a good thing.
Yeah, no, but they didn't do it with previous episode. Like the only time they had anything close to like a official setup when it came to like was like minor elements that didn't like really factor or play in until I don't know, like the end of the season.
Oh, great! I was actually trying to say that I agree that what you're saying there is a good thing that I don't think they've really done much before. So yeah.
So I like that concept, and I don't want to, because they're starting it that way. I don't want to like judge the whole product until it's finished, obviously. But
Yep. Okay. And is that what and is that what I say?
yeah, just decent, to okay. That's
Okay.
my general thoughts.
Then I am unmuting your dad. Not because I don't want to hear what he has saying, general. Just since like you and he said he's in transit. He's got other shit, so I didn't want it going over people's talking.
Yeah.
Here we go. So now, JG, what do you think?
Overall, I think it was a pretty good start. I liked the cold opening with the flashback to
It wasn't
the
a
armor.
flashback. That wasn't
There
a
was the
flashback.
implication of a flashback, but it
It
wasn't.
was not that was not a flashback.
Oh, really?
It kind of
Wow.
tricks you.
Damn it, guys! This was going to be my first point. God.
This is great. Though this is great though. Now I've changed my view. It's mediocre.
Yeah, that was not a
do like-
flashback. The kid who was having his oath taken was not Din. I thought it was Din at first,
No, I don't mean that part. I mean the part when he saw her. Do you remember the part before he left, and she had said something about, "Have you taken your helmet off?"
Oh,
Yes.
Oh, you're talking about the actual what came before.
No, we're talking about the cold opening.
No,
One of the kids standing in the water.
No, one sec. So you're talking about out in the what came before with the helmet, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's what came before.
They did that, and then they did the cold opening, which
Okay.
I thought was good. That was good because
And-
it had people guessing what it was, which was I think was it's just their way of giving you a hook.
Okay.
No, I'll stay with my original. I think it was okay. I'd rate it around a 5 or 6. With a hopeful. It's a hopeful. But what they did do is they left it like they did with I can't remember what episode it was, but they left it with like a what's going to happen next type thing, which we were Naza was just saying. So to me, it's all right. It's about a 5 or 6.
Okay. Yeah, and if you notice, I gave it about the same myself.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that kind of brings us into, like I was saying, one of the first things I kind of wanted to say myself, which I misinterpreted what you're saying to be that the actual cold open was a flashback.
No.
Yeah, I know, but I misinterpreted you saying that. But when I was watching,
I went in it too fast. Like I rambled in too fast. That's what I did. I should have said I liked this small part where you saw what happened before, and then I should have given a separation, and then I liked the cold opening. So that's what I meant. So
no, you're fine. I understand that, and I think it's been clarified. But the thing is that this actually goes to something that bothered me, and that's what I was thinking that too, and where I misinterpreted you at first. But this does go to where I had an issue.
Okay, go ahead.
As this was starting, and we were getting to see her, see the armor go kaboom, kaboom, kaboom.
Yeah.
And I actually thought that this was going to be a flashback to Din's swearing in, and we were going to be seeing that. And and it's something that would have been, and okay, yeah, he is seeing his own swearing in, and then sorry, I am muting you. I'm sorry. Um, and 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 as he is seeing his own swearing in, and thinking to himself about how much he had lost, uh, and then oh crap, no, this wasn't a flashback. This was something that's actually happening now,
Hmm.
and
Hmm.
it cheapened it for me. It made it go from something that was actually kind of cool, seeing an earlier stage of Din's life, to this is just something that's happening now that really doesn't have that much to do to him. He just showed up just in time
Yeah.
to blow the lizard creature out of the water. Great. I mean,
yeah. When I think about it, yeah. Why would they do that scene when all he did was go back to the armorer and reiterate the same thing about him going back to Mandalore? It's like, why would he travel that far to get the same information from the armorer that you said before? Think about it.
Exactly.
What did he show?
Other than sensationalizing in the opening, making you think it's something it is when it's not.
Well, I can easily explain the reason why they did it.
To be a little bit fair, I actually understand why he'd go back to her. I can't explain to you why he'd go back to her at the exact moment in time that he'd be needed to save the youngster from the lizard / crocodile. That's just a full-on coincidence. Which, well, yay. Congratulations.
That's plan writing.
That whole opening sequence of him saving their butts from the huge gator was to just show, like, oh, he got a sweet new ride. Look at him.
Yes. And by
like,
the way,
there's the baby. Oh,
you may remember I don't like the ride. I've actually had arguments about this. No, this is not the ride of a freaking Mandalorian bounty hunter. This is not this is not what he should be using.
Why? Sorry.
No, it's okay, CC. I wasn't going at you. I was just going at the idea.
No, it's frustrating. I get it, because like he doesn't have the space he did with the Razor Crest.
Yes.
Right.
And we're supposed to be okay with this.
Well, I'm thinking to myself, if you're still a bounty hunter, like the only way you can bring in a bounty is like strapped onto the ship itself.
There's only one way to bring. There's no two options. The option used to be warm or cold. Now it's just cold.
Pretty much, yeah.
And he needs to invest he needs to invest in cords to wrap them onto the ship with.
Well, his old solution was much simpler. He had like the cargo space for all those carbon frozen.
Yes.
Now he doesn't even have the carbon freezer. How's he going to bring anybody in warm or cold?
Let's just carbon freeze Grogu.
You can only bring in bounties that can fit in that little bubble.
I will say this: the reason why we got a recap of everything he did, and this is the only reason, it's for people who haven't seen the Book of Boba Fett.
And they didn't cover enough there either.
Right.
Oh, and by the way, just so everybody knows, I actually have the full episode up on my alt screen right now, and so I can actually show anything what we talk about with a screenshot.
Nice.
I specifically have this up for a particular scene, but I can do it for any other scene as well.
I do have a particular bone to pick, and this is purely from like, you know, because some fans can be hypocritical about it, and I know some fans have. They've complained about like tree characters existing in Star Wars already from like the old expanded universe. Like
which characters?
Like the Netty people, like Jedi Master Ood Banner or Jedi Master Tross Saw.
Okay, I literally missed the original thing you said. That's why I said what.
Well, it has to do with that pirate Gorian Shard.
Oh, you said tree characters. Okay.
Yeah,
tree
characters.
Okay, yeah. No, I got no problem with that.
No, I know. It's just like, and I did actually peg the question. I'm like, is this guy a Netty? Because that would make sense. But like, at the same time, I'm like, if the same people who complained about tree characters existing in Star Wars now suddenly give a shit that tree characters exist in Star Wars, I'm like,
yeah, that's kind of hypocritical. You're right there.
More than a little, and if that exists, then it pisses me off.
Yeah,
I was hoping it was going to be Hondo Ohnaka to be the pirate that Din runs into.
I was a little hopeful of that too.
Yeah, same here. Yeah, disappointment.
So, yeah. So, do we want to get to one of my larger problems with this that comes up in the first, say, literally 5 minutes between minute 4 and minute 5?
Well,
yes, please.
The opening.
I know you guys explained you didn't like the idea that he has a fighter instead of the cargo ship.
Well, no, that's something that was an issue that I already covered.
Okay.
He already covered that issue in his Book of Boba Fett discussion.
I'm pretty sure I covered that in a video months ago. This is just doubling down on it because they've already made it. Of course, they're not going to be coming back to the Razor Crest. They've made a point of it being this. So this isn't a new criticism.
Right.
It's just, okay, of course we're doing this again. It's still stupid. But they already killed the Razor Crest and they gave us this new thing. So this isn't a criticism of this episode. It's a criticism of what they've already done.
So essentially, well, I mean, I guess it's. I mean, I do have a friend that said that the Book of Boba Fett sort of screwed everything up with the Mando going forward. I guess.
CT, please tell me that you have watched my video on this, right? I mean, you knew me at that time. We talked about it at the time.
Right.
Yeah.
You did watch what I made, right?
Sorry.
If he did, he doesn't remember.
And it's fine if you didn't. It's just,
to be fair, I don't remember half of the discussions we have. So
it's been a year. It's been a year. We didn't do videos on. We didn't do a stream lab on Obi-Wan show.
It's completely fine that you don't quite remember. It's fine. I actually don't remember the exact points I made in the video. I may watch it myself. Oh dear Lord, hearing my own voice. Yeah.
No, but I do like other than the Razor Crest, and this was an issue you brought up with me in the private chat before this. I will say it out loud. The helmet rule is still stupid.
Yes.
It is still to this day, and it's even more stupid now that I've discovered like Mandalorian culture and how it was written. So it's even stupider now.
Mm-hmm. And what I'm about to bring up, and what I'm about to show, it has to do with the helmet, which I'm pretty sure that Not So knows I'm about to show.
It was one of the points you brought up. Sorry, go ahead, CT.
You don't. I mean, the rule is basically you don't show your face to anyone. in the Mandalorian rule exactly.
Oh, okay. Let's go. Besides not so, and and I don't know how much CT was listening, but tell me what the actual rule about showing your face is with a Mando. Tell me under their oath what the rule is.
Their oath is like to never remove their helmet or armor type thing.
Not
From
like,
this day, from
not
this
like.
day forward, yeah. From this day forward, I shall never remove this helmet again.
Then that is the
That's-
oath, right?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
To be fair, in previous episodes, he has removed the helmet before.
Continuity!
That's it.
You guys remember that village episode? He removed the helmet in that one.
But that was not the violation. Remember, removing it in the village there was not the violation, right?
Somebody saw it was a violation.
No, but that wasn't the violation we talk about, right?
No, because yeah.
It's the violation when he removed it for Grogu, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
the thing with Mayfeld, he's like, I never saw your face. Like he was cool with pretending with that.
Yeah, but also he didn't see it because he wasn't actually looking at him. So that wasn't a violation, if I remember correctly. It was for Grogu, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was when they were pinned down.
To be fair, Luke saw it too. So.
Yeah. But that's when the problem was. It wasn't the other times that he took it off a few times. It was specifically then.
Yeah.
But and now I'm gonna share my screen, okay, guys?
All right.
Alright,
One sec. Like I said, I have this queued up.
Oh, you're gonna show the clip where if you ever removed your helmet.
No, yes. Well, no. I have the clip queued up for the motherfucking oath.
Okay.
It's not when people are recounting, oh, this is what the oath was, this is what the oath was. No, we get to see the oath being taken.
Yeah.
That's the thing. We get to see the oath being taken here. And so Dave Filoni says he wants us to use common sense to make with the stuff.
I get what you're talking about because an oath is a literal promise.
Yeah, and if you're remembering the oath, that's one thing. But if we're being shown the oath, no, there is no interpretation. That the oath is the oath is the oath is the oath.
Yeah.
I've got the original tenets of Mandalore queued up.
So, are you ready?
Yeah.
Hopefully, I do not get it and get whacked for this.
How are you showing it to us here? Wait.
See it on the screen there.
Did you get that?
I saw that. From this moment on, you shall never remove your helmet.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that in season 1, Din literally removes the helmet.
There was nothing about organic beings. There was nothing about people being around. There was nothing about no. It was I shall never remove my helmet. Guess what?
Okay.
Every one of the Mandalorians who ever took that oath have violated their oath. Unless you're going to tell me that they have eaten meals, but in every meal that they've ever had, through a straw, through that, and that they have bathed without taking their helmet off, and done everything at every moment in their life, and also after having in a battle and getting dings in their helmet, you couldn't even take the helmet off to put a spare on. Because to put a spare helmet on, you literally would have to take that helmet off.
Also, not just bathing and eating and stuff like that, but what about when you need to go to an armorer to have the helmet repaired?
I just said that.
Yeah, exactly.
Evo had a great comment. How do they shave?
Yes.
Yeah, how do they shave?
I know that seems a little bit confusing of the oath here. Like, I'm not sure what they exactly
No,
mean
CT,
that they
an
No,
oath.
It's
An oath
a
of
little
promise, that is very literal. That is.
it's a little
There's no
confusing.
room for interpretation with an oath.
That's a little
Okay.
confusing, really.
You break an oath, like you may as well have broken broken a covenant. It's like it's like when a people make a covenant with God. When you break that covenant, you have broken your word with God.
Eh,
Yeah,
Yeah,
this
you gotta
actually.
think though. You gotta think though. Do you think because the code it's so specific and everything? Do you think that they allow even in the code you know how sometimes you take a vow or whatever, but it's understanding that you're going to need to do certain things. Like you were saying, comb your hair, brush your hair, shower.
Well, again,
all that.
that's why
I mean-
that's why they said Filoni said to use common sense.
JG, I would like
Yeah.
to make a point here. Seriously, there are literally about 4 words to add to that, which were last season added to that. I didn't count it out, so 4 may not be the right number. But
Right.
but I shall never remove my helmet in the presence of an organic being.
Yeah.
And they have had a lot of time to think about their oath. And
Yeah.
they've actually shown that they understand that in the previous is season.
Yeah, because I remember now. Yeah, he took off his helmet for IG-11.
So
Yeah.
this criticism is not so much a criticism of this Mandalorian culture. It's a criticism of how much care they give a shit in making this episode, because they actually showed last season that they understood this, and then they go, hey, we're going to show you the actual oath, and then they don't put those few extra words in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, for anybody watching this, it says, "Oh, you're being too literal." Like, an oath is very literal.
Yeah, it is.
An oath is as literal as you can get.
And that there is a little bit of understanding to be made, even so, but you need to, but something like this needs to have those extra words, and then the common sense portion to it would be if someone turns the corner and sees you when you could not have expected it. No, you haven't broken your oath just because you've taken because you've taken your precautions, and just because they saw you when you taken your precautions, no, you haven't broken your oath. Of course
that's
not.
a very good point. That's a very good point, Ned, because it goes towards intention and action.
Yeah.
If you don't have intentions to do it and your actions don't do it, then you are keeping the oath. Ergo, taking it off to clean yourself or eat or something. But this is stuff you have to do in private anyway.
Well,
I'll
give you this. Here's the first tenet of the Res Alnari. It says wearing the traditional armor. It just says you have to wear the armor. There's no particular details saying that you can't take it off in front of people, or you can't ever take off your helmet ever. It just says you have to wear the armor by culture. It doesn't say you can't ever take it off. By traditions of the Res Alnari.
But it's the helmet. That's the thing.
Yeah, and again, this is why I think the helmet rule is stupid. It's really stupid. And I've made this argument before. I'll make it again. What if your entire clan gets captured? Your entire clan gets captured, and your armor is completely stripped from you. Oh, guess there's no more Mandalorians.
And this brings me to the other thing that has me pissed off about this episode. And like I said, and in my initial thing, all of my issues in this episode really come in the first 10 minutes.
And they make sense.
And after that, I'm just like, whatever. But
After that, most of the episode is pretty good. It's decent. It's okay. It's solid. You know.
But now we have Mando sit down with the armor, right?
Yeah.
And
I totally get it.
and Mando sits down with the armor going, "You're an apostate." Yes, I know I am. And
so is everybody else around here.
Well, okay, I'm ignoring that right now. I'm ignoring that.
Yeah.
Seriously, I'm just like clean slate. I'm ignoring that. Now, here's the thing. Okay, I took my helmet off. I admit it. Which, by the way, that was your main mistake. You admitted it to her. No, was Grogu going to go snitch on you? Probably not. But okay, you admitted that you took it off, even though in the past you took it off to eat and you took it off other things, not in front of organic beings, but you made it for the time, and you're evil. Fine, apostate. Like the name of the episode is, the apostate. And now, he says, to alleviate my sin, all I have to do is bathe in the living waters of the mines of Mandalore, right?
Yeah.
Yes, but they don't exist.
Exactly.
And at this moment in time, what I have to say is, okay, well, that means that since this is the one and only time that you can do anything to fix a problem that you've made, that means that anybody in your clan, in this Mandalore clan, if they make a mistake with the helmet, if they make a mistake with any other of their oaths, they are no longer. They're now going to be excommunicated without any way to come back. There's no way for forgiveness, because she makes a point of saying that, but they don't exist anymore. Therefore, there's no way back. Well, that's gonna make your entire clan dwindle very quickly.
Yep.
Very, very, very quickly.
You won't have a children of the watch for long.
Yeah. And so we've got that going on. And okay, but which I think is stupid, because to me what should happen there is that it's okay, and you do need to have your way of redemption to be something difficult to do. So the armor, as the person that is apparently the holder of the chronicles, she needs to make a thing from the living waters to something else that is possible, and be like, since those no longer exist, this is the new way for redemption. But obviously she's not doing that, which to me means that she's dumb. as the person it's in charge of all this. But I mean, yeah, whatever. But apparently that's not done. But then he goes, but I have this proof is possible, and if I bring you proof, then I will be forgiven, right? And then she goes, this is the way. It's like, what? Funny proof that I've bathed in the living waters means that I took off my helmet and that's okay. How are these things in any way related?
Well, again, that's the whole point of the rule is like, you're forgiven for your transgressions by bathing in sacred water. And again, I get it. It's meant to be like a holy blessing, like like you're no longer an apostate because you've blessed in these holy waters. But like,
and I completely agree. I understand what you're saying, but just I was just going between. Oh, so nothing's forgivable too, which is where my mind was going. It was going. Oh, because it's not because this thing doesn't exist. Nothing is forgivable too.
pretty much, yeah.
To
Again, they fall back on that.
If
This
it
is the
exists,
way.
If it exists, then that's forgivable. So it goes from nothing's forgivable to, of course it's forgiven. And I'm just like, okay. It's just you guys are insane.
Yeah, no, honestly, the fact that they always resort to this is the way rather than like trying to improve upon what they like, what's there, like rather than trying to find a new way for redemption, maybe finding another world with like Beskar laden waters or something like that. Nope.
Yeah.
Nope, there's just no forgiveness.
And it does line up with full on cult mentality. But
like your cult is not going to last long then. You're going to be gone in a few years maybe.
But are we supposed but this makes me question, do they want us to see them as a cult? Because that is literally what they're doing with this. Just a full on cult. And I don't know if that's what they actually want. But that's what this gives me. So yeah,
I get it, straight up cult vibe.
And if that's what they want, then I'll actually go, Pat, good job, sir. If that's what they actually want us to see, Din Djarin's and Mandalorian group as. If they literally want to see it as a cult, I'll actually give them kudos for it.
To be fair, Bo-Katan literally calls them a cult within the episode.
Bo-Katan does, but are we supposed to sympathize with her?
Yeah, maybe it's just me, and maybe I'm just reading into it. It could be their way of trying to portray any sort of like moralistic creed as like some sort of extremist cult. And again, I'm not saying these guys don't have that, but like it's.
But wasn't she that? Now this is me.
She was part of the Death Watch. I know that.
Now, and I'm sorry for interrupting you because sorry you did have a point. So remember, for myself, I have very famously and explicitly not watched Clone Wars.
You should, but then again, it's you do you.
No, I know, but I mean, I'm admitting that I'm making this very clear for anyone who does not know. Not just for you guys, for anyone watching. That's why I'm saying this.
Yeah, I know, and you already had a debate with someone about that, why you're not interested, and again, none of us are interested in getting you to watch it. If you're going to watch it, you'll watch it on your own time. If not, you don't. That's
right. But here's
that.
But the thing that I'm trying to say is that we've got Bo-Katan, from everything that I've been told, who was part of her own cult, the Death Watch, accusing this guy of being part of a cult. So, are we supposed to take the word of one cult person over another cult person?
To be fair, she did give up her cult ways. Yes. But yeah, it does seem a bit judgmental from her point of view.
Mm-hmm. So
to judge one person who's part of a cult against somebody who was already part of a dangerous cult.
So I'm not particularly interested in her viewpoint of it. Is what I'm trying to say. Now I don't know much about her, and others can say a lot more about her than I can. And for me to have a fully formed opinion on her would require me to watch more of Clone Wars. And that's what I was trying to say when I made the point of I haven't watched it. It wasn't me trying to virtue signal that I haven't. It was trying to say that I haven't, so I am uninformed, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no, I get you. No, from someone who has watched her story through the cartoons, like, yeah, she got out of that cult life to see her like complain about somebody else. And again, I get where she's coming from. She's made a lot of mistakes, so she's embittered by the fact that somebody else got to the dark saber before she did. And you can hear that kind of embitterment and resentment in her voice.
It almost felt like a different character at the end of this episode than what I remembered seeing in the last episode of season 2, to be completely honest.
Kind of is.
It didn't feel like the same person. I really like the actress, by the way, but she didn't seem like the same person. I'd need to rewatch the last episode to be completely sure, because it's been a while, but it was just like she's like, whatever, where she was like, it just really felt like a different person.
No, I get it.
Right.
Okay.
I think my dad's been absent because he's trying to set something up.
Yeah, I've actually looked a few times, and I'm like, I was like, oh, okay, I didn't.
He's home already.
Yeah, and I was like, I didn't mute him this time, because I actually looked at that a couple times. Like, I didn't actually mute him. Okay, so now that I think we're mostly past the first 10 minutes of this thing, I mean, other than, and since a lot of people bitched about the alligator taking all of this to take down, honestly, unless you have a problem with a huge ass dinosaur, because that's what this looks like to me. A big ass dinosaur that has rhino hiding on it. Yeah.
Something that escaped Jurassic Park.
Yeah, I mean, in let's put us in Dune and Shai-Hulud and stuff. The biggest problem that I have is that at the Mandalorians, I'm pretty sure know that this thing is something that would be a problem that they might need to worry about, and so let's not go waiting out here because it's going to happen.
Well, it's a Mando's life. They have to be ready for danger at any moment.
Yes, and then
just not during our knighting ceremonies.
and then while inducting one new teen. We then lose 4 or 5 or 6 complete veteran warriors.
Yeah, like I said, I told you, because of how strict their code is.
It's dumb.
Because of how strict their code is, their cult is not going to last.
Yes.
Like the next few years. I'd be surprised if it did.
And that's the problem with this. It's not the problem that they were manhandled by this alligator beast, because this alligator beast, I completely can believe they could do that. It's that you guys are so stupid for putting yourself in that situation. It's like in Dune. If we were to, if all of the Fremen were to go and set their little thing that goes boom, 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 to call the sandworm, and then stand in front of the thing calling the sandworm, and then be surprised when they got swallowed up by it. Oh no! What the fuck happened? How did this happen to us? We just got swallowed by it because we just put the thing to call Shai Hulud, and then we got eaten by it. Oops.
No, dude, I get it.
That's what this feels like to me. We just put our new acolyte in front of this as tasty bait, and we knew this was possible, and then it comes out, and then we lose our veteran warriors to possibly save this one new recruit. I really hope that new recruit was worth it.
It's the future of Mandalore, of the people.
Strange women lying in ponds, distributing board swords, no basis for system coverage. Well, I'm not completely sure where that came from, but yes, as Excalibur is not exactly what we want to be going after.
I get it. That's supposed to be I can tell what she was planning to do. By the way, after she put the helmet on, she was planning on scooping some water and pouring it onto his helmet, as like saying, "You're baptized into the Mandalorians." I'm like,
oh, of
okay.
course she was. I assumed that was part of the ritual. Yeah. That was a no-brainer for me personally. So, should we move forward past the point that I'm particularly triggered by?
Yeah. Let's move to
Right.
Navarro. Let's talk about Carl Weathers' new look.
Because I'm not particularly triggered by anything after this. Oh, actually, one thing, and this is something that you guys who've seen Rebels can say something to me about whether I am wrong or not.
Right.
What? Actually, give me a sec. I'm finding. Here we go. I'm just going to give this as a still, but this is something that I literally was wondering about. Not, and people keep talking about the space whales, right?
Oh, the Purgle. Yeah.
I don't know
Space
anything.
whales.
I don't know anything about space whales. I only know about people laughing at it. So I'm not. This is not me laughing at it.
They're basically whales that just sort of kind of go through to have the ability to manipulate light speed, like ship areas. So
they're sentient space whales that can jump to hyperspace.
Is this what Grogu was watching?
Yes.
Okay. Like I said, this wasn't me actually having a problem. This was me. I saw Grogu going, ooh. I was like, are these the space whales people talk about?
Yeah, those are them.
Okay.
What?
What?
I've made jokes about this before, about how in Rebels Thrawn was defeated in season 3 by an angry cloud yak, and then in season 4 by some random kid with space whales.
Yeah. Okay. So, like I said, this was not a criticism. This was just something that I saw Grogu go, ooh, and I was like, are these the space whales I keep hearing about?
JG is asking if you can adjust your volume. He can't hear you very well.
He can't hear me?
Yeah, really? It could be an issue on his end. Dad, you may have to back out of the stream and then come back. Because you showed up as like a clear profile pic rather than your TIE Fighter look. That's what I had to do.
One sec. I'm actually going to just very quickly rewind for a moment and listen to it on my headset for the actual stream itself. Okay.
All right. I'll be your ad focus then. Hey kids.
Oh no, no, but I am very clearly hearable.
Yeah, Dad, you need to back out and then come back.
Because I heard myself laughing at myself. Like, oh god, that's me.
Hey kids, do you like Star Wars?
Okay, and
Maybe I'll annoy Net with the Red Letter Media version.
oh god,
Have you seen Star Wars?
one of these
I'm
days
back, boys.
one of these days I'm going to be covering the friggin' red. Ah,
No,
You
I
don't
get
have
it. I get
to.
it.
You don't have to.
I can hear you.
I know.
You know, I don't think you
Hello.
understand. I don't think you understand, CT. He hates them with a passion because of how they reviewed the prequels.
Yeah,
Of how they reviewed the Phantom Menace, or
Just the prequels in general, how they reviewed
Yeah.
all of them.
red,
Oh, yeah.
Red Letter Media, and the what shit? What's the name of the other the crap? I, I, I'm coming up with a blank at the moment, but there's the but the Blanket. I think it was Blanket.
Blanket.
And Red Letter Media and the Blanket videos. Fuck them.
I think I do a pretty good impression of Plinkett.
Ah!
That's the most disappointing thing since my son.
Yeah, the Blanket reviews are the most disappointing and worst hack shelled things that I've seen. And no, you're right. I don't
Are
Let me
they
see if I can
chilled?
let me see if I can do a better version in the Plinkett voice. The Plinkett prequels reveals are the worst, most mainstream shill thing since my son died.
Yeah. And CT, the thing is that you're right. I don't have to cover them.
But
It's
he's going
that-
to anyway.
It's that at some point I'm going to because they're so fucking bad. And I'm going to probably do it live because doing it not live would require way more than I want to give them. But yeah.
Yes, I like that idea. I like that idea a lot.
There's a reason why the prequels were tanked in the public opinion, and it has to do a lot with the fact that the Plinkett reviews came out at the early onset of social media when there weren't a lot of people doing other things, and so this got out, and and they made it, and it was funny. But by the way, one thing I will not say is that they aren't funny. It was funny. It was well produced, and that is the thing. It's funny. It was well produced. They had a few good points, and behind all the laughs that people have, they then internalized the bad the bad criticism that was in there behind a few good critical points. But because it came out with this good with the good veneer, it was funny. It gives it this. Oh, they're right. They're right about all this. They're right.
Right.
Because guess what? When they came out, they were not reviled the way that they claimed that they were. But only people that were college age, maybe older high school when they came out, remember that. People who weren't around during that go, oh yeah, when they came out they were terrible. Yeah, they were terrible.
I remember being a kid during the prequels.
And that's the reason why the Disney company, was like very hesitant on trying any reference to prequel stuff here? I mean,
Well, maybe. I mean, I'm not actually. You're the one drawing that line. I'm not. I'm saying that that's the reason why why it's seen as, oh, the prequels were shown as being so terrible. I'm not drawing any line past that.
Well, it doesn't make sense, though. That doesn't
Well,
make sense.
here's the
for
thing.
them to-
I grew up as a kid during the prequels, and even now today, I can still like them and acknowledge their flaws.
Oh yeah, yeah. Actually, one quick thing. I would like to say that there are flaws.
Yeah.
I'm not somebody who is going to hold them up as there are no flaws in any of the prequels. There were plenty of flaws. There were plenty of flaws in Star
You gotta
Wars
be honest about it.
4 through 6 as well. Come on,
Yeah,
come on, guys.
Well,
Do you think?
it just in reality, it just depends on how glaring you think the flaws are. I think there's a lot more glaring flaws in the sequels because guess what? Pretty pictures and visuals don't impress me. I'm not an ADHD kid. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to down anybody who has ADHD.
I have ADD. I've got it more than most, according to my psychiatrist. So woohoo!
No, but
do you?
But I remember
you
like
think
a lot
that-
of the, and even later on, a lot of like the problems were like, critic reviews complained about like the films. People on message boards, like the fat loser in their basement type.
Yeah.
Like that those were the people that complained the loudest. And
yesterday, yeah.
Actually, something that I think that people might forget about me. Actually, is everybody still here?
Yeah, I'm
still here.
Okay. So sorry, I was just suddenly hearing almost nothing, so I was thinking that I was by myself for a second.
No, go ahead.
Something that a lot of people might not. I mean, people who know me on Twitter should know this because I occasionally post it. My ranking of Star Wars, it goes Phantom Menace, the Clone Wars, actually it goes Phantom Menace, then number 2, then the Clone Wars, the standalone movie, and then Revenge of the Sith, then it hits the first movie, A New Hope. Then I think it typically goes to Empire Strikes Back, but it kind of goes back and forth between Empire Strikes Back and the next after that. But yeah.
Well, apparently that shit lives in your nose regardless.
What?
It just lives there.
Oh, sorry. There's a background phone
It's a nice,
going. Hang on.
That's fine. But basically, what I'm saying is that my list actually has the prequels starting with Phantom Menace. When some people want to cut out Phantom Menace completely, and I'm like, yeah, up that. Phantom Menace is my favorite.
No, I get you. And to tell you the truth, like I'm not a big fan of your ranking, but that's just me.
That's completely fine. I'm not a big fan of a lot of other people's rankings. I don't care.
Yeah, I know.
But it's just like people are like, Phantom Menace is terrible. I'm like, yeah, guess what?
That's your favorite film. I get it. No, there's a couple people that have that take, and good. In my opinion, good for them. I'm glad they, because I think that's actually kind of the most other than the way A New Hope started. That's actually kind of one of George's most unique Star Wars films.
Yeah, and here's the thing, the reason for it, and when people actually ask me about it, they typically walk away going, "Oh, okay, I get it," because I really like political machinations. I'm not so much of a fan of a lot of the action stuff. So I love political machinations. I love world building, and and Phantom Menace, that is what it did.
Yeah, no, it did. It did a lot of that.
And
Yeah.
it did so much of it that the people who wanted the other things are like, can we get on with it now? And I get that. If that makes sense. And I'm like, I should really completely get that. And I'm like, and so I'm like, but yeah, but the reason why you don't like this and would like to cut it out is the reason why I'm here for it. And I don't mind people saying that they don't like it. What I mind is when I see these dagger cuts or whatever they want to call it, and then I see a cut that just completely eliminates Phantom Menace.
Mm.
And I'm just like, wait, you put out a watch of Star Wars that literally eliminates Phantom Menace. And I'm just looking at them going, I have a problem with you. I mean, if you want to do it yourself, that's fine. But they're saying that they're telling other people to do that, and I'm like, I have a problem with
there's a lot of, like, even though it's not my favorite, there's a lot of elements that I really like
Yeah.
about Phantom Menace. Believe it or not, I didn't like him as a kid as much, but as I got older, I actually began to appreciate the political scenes and going through some of the books. Was particularly Cloak of Deception, by the way. That one has a lot of details on why Chancellor Valorum is like so crippled and why he can't like do anything about the situation. But yeah, no, I do appreciate like a lot of that political background spectrum now. And believe it or not, the Clone Wars cartoon has a couple episodes like that. There's literally like a 3-episode arc about them trying to prevent like a bill that will make more clone troopers and possibly bankrupt the Republic in the process.
Believe it or not, I've seen that. Just because I've said that I haven't watched the seasons, I've actually watched selections that some people have specifically told me I should watch. I've seen that.
Yeah. There's that one. Another really great one is, oh god, it was one of the issues in Star Wars Republic during the Clone Wars, and it's Bail has like an absolutely like killer speech against Palpatine's privacy invasion bill. And it's honestly, it's just a fantastic comic. Anybody like should check it out, at least in my opinion. It's just that good.
And if you're curious, I was actually 20 years old myself when Phantom Menace came out. So
I believe it.
So that's where I was when when those came out. And yes, I know I am an old fart. But
can't be older than the old farts I live with. So
well, and I know that JG probably is going to be it is probably going to be like close to me or more than me. But yeah.
Well, sometimes memory's a hell of a thing, you know.
Oh, it can be. And as far as rewatching the movies goes, about like 3 years ago, I had watched I rewatched them with my wife, who had not really seen them, and she'd seen the first three and the others, but she'd also been like, because people had been like, if you like this or don't like this, it'll be like, I promise her, watch it. Tell me what you think. If you think it's bad, it's fine. So it was kind of the equivalent of her first watch. So we rewatched them, and I was like, yeah, I still really like these.
Yeah.
All right, but can we get back to the topic?
Topic? What's that?
Oh, never mind. No, we were talking about the latest Mandalorian episode.
No, don't worry. I was giving you shit.
Okay.
And thank you. When I say topic, what's that? It was just like, yeah, no, you're right. But one thing that in general I don't want to be worried about when having these discussions on my channel is this is my AD, this is my attention deficit disorder channel. I do not mind going way the fuck off the reservation. It's fine. But I also don't mind being brought back to it. But during all this, I was actually thinking, we probably should be coming back to this. So,
yeah.
Thank you.
Boundaries. It's all
So,
about
like,
boundaries.
thoughts on the town, the pirate, how they retconned out to Cara Dune.
Exactly. So one sec. I'm going to share my screen here because I'm going to give us a screen of and right now it still is showing the thing with the with the space whale, but I'm going to move it forward in a sec because that's not what we're going for.
Yeah, I actually saw a meme in relation to Grief Karga having cape droids, and it was like a Rick and Morty one. It's like, what is my purpose? You hold up the cape. Oh my god!
I kind of like the cape droids, to be honest.
Well, that's because he's the high magistrate.
Yeah.
Got to have cape droids if you're the high magistrate. He kept correcting, that's high master's the magistrate.
My brother made a great joke. What happened to Marshall Doom?
Okay.
She posted something bad on Twitter.
What?
She won't be back.
She posted something bad on Twitter. She won't be back.
Okay, so we go to Navarro, and actually this isn't the right thing to go. I should really have us go to the statue.
Yeah, you go to the statue.
I had it for a moment there. Yeah, dang it.
Turn you back. Turn bit.
I know. That was better over the mouse. That's what that had to do with. Boop, 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 boop.
A little bit more.
Yeah. I'm gonna go for that.
Right, and just there it is.
Yep. So yeah, and we come to Navarro and we see the IG, and this is actually kind of cool. And for all that I've been bitching up until now, I will completely agree. I've been being a bit of a bitch.
Oh yeah, no, it's really cool. It's also highly illogical.
Well,
the bomb detonated in his chest, so technically the chest and the head would be the first part to go, not the legs.
No. That depends on what all of the pieces are made of and shit. Now, if everything is completely unworked, then you're right. But my assumption is that they actually did need to do work on anything that they have in here. So this is not like boom, and then hey, we just put it here without having done any reworking.
It looks like they had to find a lot of parts to even get that like that.
Yeah. So I'm not going to bitch about that too much.
That was kind of cool, though. I mean, they recognized IG-11 for what he did.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, usually an android or a robot, or anything won't get any kind of recognition anyway. So that was kind of nice.
And now let's use the Star Wars lexicon. Droid.
Droid, yes.
I say that because as when we talk about cyborg robot and stuff, Star Wars a droid actually is capable of sentience. See,
Yeah.
if we are talking about expanded universe at the very least, not talking Disney, I'm talking pre-Disney.
Yes.
For this, droids are
Yeah.
actual sentient beings. Not all
That's
of
right.
them, but typically droids are sentient beings that actually have of things that can be done to them, like having an inhibitor put into them and shit. But we are talking
Yeah.
full on consciousness.
Well, there was
Apparently
actually a
in-
story about one in the Michael Reeves books,
Yeah.
I5YQ. Apparently, Jax Pavan could actually feel him in the Force. Like that's
Mhm.
how alive and
Oh,
sentient
yeah.
he was. At least as far as the Star Wars universe, how alive and sentient he was
Yeah.
becoming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah,
And that's why I
has
wanted to use
demonstrated
the
he's not the
term
only one that uses
that,
ADD.
that oh god. What was that? Yuvo was Mando is so bored. You guys are on the prequel era. No, Yuvo, that is not why we were on there. That was because of my attention deficit disorder. Because I branched out. That is not because it was boring. That was because I like going wee on the tangents.
And
Mind
I
you.
almost did before you brought me back into correction.
So no, I'm going to defend it against that. That's not saying that I don't have issues. Not saying that that things might not be boring. Frankly,
Sorry, I
later in
accidentally
this,
backed out.
things do get boring. But at the point that we branched out, that was not because it was boring. That was because because the conversation spun out that way.
Right.
Right.
They do highlight the fact he's able to escape at light speed now. Lol. Yeah, we're gonna that may be something we may cover at the end. I'm not sure that that's
That's a
exactly
small
what
craft.
happened, but yeah. So
Yeah.
sorry, just making sure that we're covering the things here. Any thoughts on the one droid? He
so
trusts
yeah,
being the
the,
one whose default program is kills baby. I think we were going to be getting to that pretty soon.
Yeah.
I'll mark it down to somehow IG-11 returned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have a few things to say about that one. I mean, nothing definitive, just like lol sort of shit on that.
That's the only droid you could trust, really?
Mm-hmm.
I'm with Craig on this one.
Yeah. So yeah, I just wasn't wanted to ignore the chats.
That's funny.
So yeah.
Next topic.
So yeah. Well, okay. I have a very previous topic, but not much previous, and it's not a large one, but
Okay.
I'm one for tech shit, and we were talking earlier about the fact that he's using the Naboo starfighter now. Well, okay, he's got the astromech bubble for Grogu now. Okay, and now apparently there's a crawl space between the astromech bubble and the cockpit.
Yes.
And how much
Makes sense.
stuff? How many wiring shit was tunneled through to make that happen? Because keep in mind, the astromech bubble was there for an astromech to be there to interface to the entire starfighter. All of those connections going all through there. And now, lol, let's just make a tunnel from there into the cockpit through all the wiring all of that stuff.
Yeah.
It's
But-
going to be hard to put a new one in.
Yeah. How
Well,
did she do
yeah,
that?
but
You know,
but
think about
imagine
it.
all the glitches. I mean, if this had actually been like, oh shit, we got glitches because I did this, that would have been awesome. Oh shit, I put this in,
That would have been
and now-
fun. That would have been funny.
and now we've got glitches because I turned this into a me and Grogu spaceship Because-
me and my
because I
buddy.
put the crawl space in. But no, it's still a perfect motherfucking thing.
Imagine the rewiring alone of all that.
Yeah, and are we supposed to believe that he's that good at it? And no, it doesn't
Well, maybe,
really
maybe
need
not
to
him,
just
but
be
it, what's her?
right. It didn't need to be him, but still,
Discount Ellen Ripley, lady.
yeah, exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
but just imagine the amount of work just to take this ship that was supposed to be this awesome starfighter. First off, take out the need for the astromech, which, by the way, the astromech is there for a motherfucking reason.
Oh yeah.
Do you guys know why astromechs are in these ships?
I
In
assume
case
for
you have
assistance in
failures.
flying and navigation.
Right. When you say
Not just
navigation,
that, but they also-
what do you mean by navigation?
Like course plotting, in case you don't have one.
Like hyperspace plotting?
Yeah.
Hyperdrive. Yeah.
That
Hyperdrive.
is one of the large things that the astromechs do. That is why these
They also do
smaller
repairs.
ship-
They
oh,
also
you're
do
right
minor
about
repairs
you-
in case you get damaged in combat.
you're right about the minor
Yeah,
repairs.
they do. They
But-
do
but-
live.
But the
Real-time
navigation
repairs.
is the bigger thing. The navigation is the reason why you
Yeah.
don't need to have something the size of the Millennium Falcon or the Razorback to go off into hyperspace.
Okay, so where's
So
the navigation and everything? Is that all on the dash?
That's the point.
I'm
That's,
assuming they must have put in a new Navicomputer or something.
but where? But where? The point of
Yeah, where?
having the astromech is that the astromech has all that. It can do all that. You take that out.
Yeah.
You then need to have it put somewhere else. Where is it now? Put somewhere else, because we both removed the astromech. We've removed the guts between there and the cockpit, so we can have the crawl space. Where is something added?
Yeah.
all I've
where's
seen
the
is
nav computer?
things taken out. I haven't seen anything
Where's the
added.
nav computer? Yeah, where's the nav computer? Where's that?
Mhm.
Well, they don't. It's a TV show, so they don't understand ship logic. But
No, they don't.
Well, yes,
Even
And-
though they're
and-
making a movie, a show about it, they don't understand it.
and I'm not that upset by it. By the way, this is not something I'm going to attack the show for. But
it's a minor nitpick. I get it.
well,
This is a giggle.
it's a
Giggle.
medium it's a medium pick. It's not a nit.
Yeah. Yeah,
This is
it's a
literally
big giggle.
what it's a giggle, and it's also this is why the astromech was there to begin with. Do you
Yeah.
understand do you guys understand why the astromech was there to begin with?
Yeah. Navigation, hyperspace.
No, not you guys. I'm saying
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
to the people that are making the show. Do you guys understand why the astromech was there to begin with? Because now you've given the bubble to Grogu. So you know
Yeah.
that the bubble was there to begin with, right? Do you know why the bubble was there to begin with for you to give to Grogu?
Yeah, not only that, but you brought up another point, Net. Not only can Grogu crawl in there, but somehow he can access the bubble to the cockpit. Because at some
Mhm.
point he moved from the bubble to the cockpit. So I mean,
like I said,
that's even
the,
less.
the
That's even less route space for any kind of wiring or equipment.
exactly they're taking
Wow.
out more or 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 stuff that they're not, but and they're not adding anything in. Yet it has the same ability.
Hmm.
Now,
You know, what,
if we were to see it have glitches, I would actually take this back. But it seems to be completely functional from what we've seen in this episode.
it seems like turbocharged. It seems like better than ever. Whatever the
And
upgrades were done.
it looks better than the Naboo starfighter we saw in Phantom Menace.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It does.
I can't say for sure, but that's what it looks like to me.
Yeah. Wait, what is that? A Naboo starfighter? Is that No, wrong show.
No, but they made a point that it is a Naboo starfighter, not the Naboo starfighter.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
But
not
it's
the
funny
same
when
one.
you see a Naboo. When you see a Naboo starfighter, you think young Anakin.
And Evo, especially the point that you're saying with the hyperspace calculations. That's exactly the point I'm making. So yeah,
Think back to Empire Strikes. Was it Empire Strikes? No. It was A New Hope when they rescued Princess Leia, and they were all in the cockpit, and Han Solo was like, "Hey, you can't just jump out there. You need precise calculations." And he talked
yep.
about the possibilities of. So it's like it's a very precise
And there's a fucking
calculation.
reason why every X-wing has an astromech droid in it, and
Yeah.
TIE fighters don't. TIE fighters
TIE fighters
don't.
also don't have shielding.
No, I know, but my point is that TIE fighters don't, because TIE fighters don't have any of that. They're short range because they are more to their to the mothership. They have to go back to
Yeah.
it.
They don't have hyperspace capability.
Yeah, exactly. That's the entire thing. Now, and yes, I know this is the entire ADD thing where we're off base again. But TIE fighters. And keep in mind, with Star Wars, my big thing in Star Wars is tech. I love the tech of Star Wars, and people bitch about tech not working, or bite me. and with the TIE fighters, the thing about TIE fighters is that TIE fighters. One sec, Evo. I think onboard I think onboard repairs are important for a starfighter. Yes, I I was not dismissing that for how important it can be for a starfight. That was not my intention. I was just saying that my point of that didn't have to do with the repairs. It had to do with the ability to go into hyperspace. I was not saying that the ability to do onboard repairs wasn't important.
And did you see, like, when they were being chased by the pirates, he had that extra red button, remember? It's like,
Oh,
what
well,
was
yes.
that?
No,
What is that?
no. That
another
was
system.
no. To be fair, let's be fair here. Let's be fair. That was shown in what when he got when he got this. That was the equivalent of nitrous oxide, and
This is
that was
button.
that was already given, and so that was there.
So a special
Was,
hyperfuel drive.
yes, it was actually there. That wasn't just there for this episode. That was set up.
Back in Book of Boba Fett, I get you.
It's
I don't remember if it was Book of Boba Fett, but whenever
pod racers.
yeah, but yeah, he did actually get that. That wasn't just made for this episode. That was set up. It was a Chekhov's button sort of scenario. It's fine.
Nice.
And yes, the Empire treats their fighter pilots as cannon fodder. That is very true. And I'm glad you weren't fighting with me. Thank you. And now to go back with what I was saying before I was responding what he was saying. The TIE fighters. So many people see the TIE fighters as these just really shit ass fighters. They aren't. They are. They're named for the twin ion engine, which is a really good engine, and that's really all these things are. They're a little ball with a twin ion engine behind it, with some solar receptors to power that, and their guns, and this goes along with what Yivo was saying, with saying that they treat their fighter pilots as cannon fodder. Because they're really cheap to make, they're extremely fast, and they can shoot, and they don't have to spend that much money on them, but they're really fast
and very maneuverable. Very maneuverable.
Yeah.
All that stuff they don't have, like the long range capabilities and all the shielding, they make up in the maneuverability and speed.
Exactly. And since they don't need to actually worry about whether they come back, it's not a problem. That's the thing. They are cannon fodder, but to say that the TIE fighters are bad, it's like, no. They're very dangerous. There's a reason why they need to make the X-wings to come up to deal with them. The X-wings are actually less maneuverable than your average TIE. It's just that they're more survivable.
Yeah, and then it's the skill of the pilot that determines how good you do against a TIE.
Yeah, and one of the things that's made a point of in the books is the really scary thing is when you come across a TIE fighter pilot who actually is experienced, which is, I forget the first name, but it's Fell.
Yeah.
And
you're talking about Baron Suntir Fell.
Yes, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Suntir Fell. And yeah, when you come across a TIE fighter pilot that's actually survived engagement upon engagement, oh my god, they're scary, because they survived that many times in something that they shouldn't survive.
Yeah. In fact, he even gave Wedge Antilles a little run for his money.
Oh yeah, and we're about to get back to the episode again, but I would like to say to anybody, check out the X-Wing series in the original expand universe. So many people talk about the Thrawn series, and the Thrawn series is great, but my favorite place to start is the X-Wing series.
Both the books and comics are fantastic, by the way.
Yeah, they're very good. They're very good.
I really only tend to read the books, but I defer to your guys' opinions on the comics.
The comics are a decent prequel. They sadly, I don't think they got enough funding or time to lead directly into the first Rogue Squadron book, but they're a great prequel. They set up a lot of things.
Cool, but I really I can't give enough of praise to the X-Wing in series, starting with Rogue Squadron. It's awesome.
Question: which one's the favorite of the two writers?
The writers?
Yeah, there's two writers for the X-Wing books. Which one is your favorite?
I don't have one. I just read it from the beginning to the end. I don't tend to pay attention to which one wrote what.
Oh, okay. Half of them are written by Aaron Alston, the other half by Michael A. Stackpole. For anyone who's curious.
I'm a fan of both of them for their work on the entire series because
I get you.
the entire series is very well done. I actually don't know which one wrote which exact books, so I can't really make.
The first 4 were done by Michael Stackpole. You know, from Rogue Squadron to the Back to War. The Wraith Squadron trilogy was done by Aaron Alston, and then it brought back to Stackpole with Isard's Revenge, and then back to Alston with Starfighters of Adamar and Mercy Kill.
So Stackpole started it, right?
Yeah, Stackpole started it.
That what I'm going to say is that Stackpole did a great job in starting it, and then Aaron Alston did a great job in looking at what Stackpole did, and in making a very consistent in moving forward from it, because as frankly it did not feel like different writers were writing the same thing. And
I definitely felt a difference in the writing, but that's just me.
And I don't worry too much about it, but my opinion is that both of them did a very good job in making it work, and I didn't feel a large difference between which one's writing what.
I get you. We should do a separate stream just on those ones.
That could be interesting. So yeah,
I got to go through the unabridged versions, but yeah, like once
unabridged.
I know.
I think I need to make it short on that at least. Unabridged. Abridged is. I hate abridged.
Hey, that's what my dad and I are doing with most of the older ones, just to kind of ease into it, because it's only like 3 or 4 hours, and we can.
I know if you have to, I guess it's better than nothing. But
hey, there are plenty of the other ones that are unabridged that we're gonna have to go through, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna love them.
Mm-hmm. You see, the thing is that I've got all of them in eDoc, and I can just have my text-to-speech thing read them to me.
Oh, I know. That's what I've been doing.
So if something says abridged, I say bite me. But if something says unabridged, I may actually get the audiobook version of it, because
the first 4 are actually unabridged now.
Oh, I know, and actually I've listened to them. They're great. I've actually listened to all 4 of those.
I still got to, but I'm betting I'm gonna like Mark Thompson's version, Mark Thompson's take on them.
Oh yeah, they're very good. But what I'm saying is that when I say, oh, there's an abridged version. Yeah, nope. I've got the thing over here. I'm gonna go text to speech. Yep, I'm good.
All right, let's get back to the.
Yep. So now we are back to Navarro. So
it looks a little better than last time.
A lot better.
He's Grief is trying to set Din up with some real estate.
Mm-hmm. And Grief is just completely. Now, what I find a little bit interesting with Grief doing that is, okay, he sat down. Okay, we're gonna get this audience, and Grief is talking to him as if there's been no communication, and it seems a little bit odd to me that, especially if Grief isn't this high mode, that he wouldn't have required there to be some like synopsis of why you wanted to meet. So we're seeing Grief acting like, No, I don't have any clue whatsoever
Told you it's really hot.
why you're here. Oh, you're not here to get a plot of land. It just seemed odd to me. That's just like, wait, no, wait, this is like if you guys bumped into each other, boom, on the street, and oh hey, let's talk. Somebody at that level, he's like he, he he's like currently President Biden of this planet. As much as I don't like Biden, but he is President Biden of this planet. You don't just go, "Hi, let's talk."
Well, to be fair, he does know the guy. He is at least semi camaraderie with him.
Oh, no, you're right. But he would need to actually get that request through a few places to even get to him. Unless, of course, they have actually.
Again, he is the High Magistrate, and he doesn't go through. He mentions this. He doesn't want to go through another high-up bureaucracy, which is why he doesn't stay in contact with the New Republic.
Oh, of course. And what I was just about to say was that unless Din and him had actually given each other their private comm codes, and then they could have done that. But at that point, it would be like, okay, then why didn't Din tell him why he wanted to talk to him?
Yeah, Din is more of a hey. Din is more of he's one of those Din's like he's like Kramer. He just drops in unannounced.
And if he does,
he doesn't even knock. He just pushes the door open.
In unannounced, then the same problem that I'm talking about comes up. Because yeah, if you drop it unannounced, you got the problems. But if he tells him, "Hey, I'd like to talk to you," then he's not clueless. You said
again with Din, it's always like let's catch up, buddy. How you been?
Yep. And JG keeps dropping out.
Yeah, he popped out again.
And I got no problem with that. It's just more I just noticed that he was grayed out, so I was like, oh shit, he's not here, so I just brought him back.
No, I get it's dropping me like when I move from one area to the other, so I got to find a place to sit and stay. So
yeah, no, and I get that. It's more that I don't mean to not bring you back. I just noticed that. Oh shit, you're not there.
No, yeah, it's me. It's me. I'm good though. I'm good.
Okay. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, and for all that I'm bitching about this a little bit, I actually like Grief Karga and his. Hey, you're here. I would really love to have you be here. But it just seems weird that that there's so little understanding of the situation because this is an information society, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it seems weird that he just doesn't seem to know anything about what Din is doing.
Well, I don't think he puts trackers or anything on Din.
No, but Din comes into his vicinity, and a person in his position doesn't go, "Tell me everything that's been going on with him," like to the side.
Yeah, you only really do that with like really close personal friends.
You do that with anybody who says they want you, who says they want to talk to you when you're at that level.
I don't see much of a problem with it. This is just me. Like
Grief Karga is at the point it has been since the very first episode we've seen him he is the paranoid person who knows everything that he can know. And you put him into this position, he's like, "Hey, my friend's here. Okay, I don't know anything about what he's been doing for a while. Tell me." And not necessarily because he has anything bad that he wants to happen. He might even be doing it because, hey, I'd like to know what I can offer him as a carrot.
Oh yeah,
That's the
that's why he
thing.
was showing him the property. Yeah, he was showing him all
Right.
that property, and he was offering a position as the marshal.
Mm-hmm. Because because he was like, I really want to have him with me. So I want to know things that'll make him
Yeah.
happy. It's not the full on paranoid thing of tell me everything. It's tell me everything so I can make sure that he's on my side. By the way, somebody's sleeping.
I think that's CT.
So funny.
I've been
Evo-
thinking that for a little bit.
No, Evo, did you see Evo? Evo said he saw a ship and thought he was retiring. That's
Mhm.
hilarious. Past midlife
Oh, where's the
crisis,
ship?
right?
Oh, it's gone.
So yeah, I'm not even saying that Grave Cargo would have been pulling this shit up out of a paranoid
Exactly.
thing. It would be out of, hey, a contact friendly is coming in. I want to know what he likes because because what he would have done originally when we first saw it would have been I really want to know what marks are going to be doing. But by the way, if you guys want me to actually mute him, I will. I'm just fighting musing.
You don't need to mute him. He'll wake up on his own. He already has.
Okay. Like I said, I don't mind him snoring. It's fine. I was just like, I think someone's sleeping. but yeah, I'm not even saying that Grief Cargo do this is some political paranoid BS. It's just saying that it he would want to know what Mando, his friend, would want to actually know, because we want to bet that when Mando would come in to get bounties, he had, aside from those 4 things he'd show him, he had probably like 6 or 8 more that he didn't show him because, yeah, these don't have anything to do with you, and that's because he looked into Mando as Mando was coming into port, and went, yeah, no, these ones are not going to interest you at all, so I'm not going to show them to you.
Yeah, because he saw him. His old ship's gone. He's in a new Corvette. He's flying in. Hey man, how'd you like to? This place would be nice to retire in, and you could be the marshal and get a nice pension.
Exactly. So I'm not saying that he's not necessarily looking into it because he expects him to be to be an asset or anything that, oh no, I need to manipulate. But he's the kind of person, and frankly, I'm also kind of that kind of person that if someone is going to be coming near me and I'm going to be needing to deal with, I'm going to go, okay, I'm going to take a look at you and see what we might like to talk about. Because if you are the kind of person that really hates AI art and I am okay with it, guess what? I'm not talking with you about that.
Yeah. No, it's well. Keep in mind, him and the Mando were generally in the same trade.
Oh, exactly, and that's why I mentioned all the way back to that point, because I was pointing out that they were already there, so that's where their relationship was. So of course he's going to be keeping tabs on him, especially when he comes into his atmosphere.
Yeah, you're like, it seems weird that he wouldn't know what Din was up to all this time.
Yeah, I mean he wouldn't know everything, but the idea that he doesn't know anything,
yeah,
that's what made it odd to me. Not that he didn't know with all of the details. but that he seemed to be clueless. That's what bothered me a little bit.
Hmm.
And it didn't bother me at the time. But as we're talking about, it's bothering me a little bit, if that makes
I see.
sense. Because at the time, I was just like, ah, I was just going along for the ride. I go, but as we're talking about it, I'm just kind of, kind of, and here's the problem with the fact that I don't want to have my own face on here, so nobody can see me cocking my head, going, but that's kind of what I'm doing.
Yeah.
Because
You're kinda doing like
as
Scooby.
we're talking, I am kind of going, if that makes any sense. Bumped into a guy I barely know, and he asked what I've been up to.
Hilarious. Yes, sir.
So yeah. So yeah. So now with all that, I do really like what we're seeing here. In Navarro. I like them showing us as just the now. I would need to go back and rewatch to say for sure because I have not, but I remember them using a very different lighting, and it was very much more, it's very much more brownish and looking like there wasn't much
Yeah, it's probably
being done.
because of more ship traffic back in the day, but
Well,
also I kind of miss them eating the Kowakian monkey lizards. Now they're not doing that anymore.
well, there's that, but the thing is that they're making this more, or and this is what Grief Karga said, but they're showing this before he even said it. They're trying to make this an actual trade hub, not
Yeah.
just as this is us here. Let's move the regular markets. So this really clean thing that we're seeing here is actually probably because Grave Karga is sending out people to clean the stones. He's sending people out to clean it, just like the school, which used to be the salon, the not salon, the saloon,
Saloon.
is now a school.
Mhm.
He's actively turning the cities into cities that when a civilized ship comes down, they look around and go, "This is a city." They don't go, "Oh my God, what the hell am I walking into?"
This is actually a good place to go to, as opposed to a shithole.
Yeah. Now, mind you, this is a full planet, and this is something that Star Wars has always had a problem with. And and if they were to actually address this would be kind of nice. And when I say address this, I haven't said what I want to address yet. So don't go there yet. The Star Wars has always had the problem of I am the forest planet. I am the desert planet. I am the city planet. I am the X planet. that has always been an issue, and it's been an issue even in the expanded universe. Not completely there, but still a lot.
Yeah,
of
no, I
times
get it.
But
That I think they do that intentionally so you can just determine what type of planet you're going to. But yeah,
and you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but it's still a problem because that's not how planets work.
yeah, there'd be more development in certain areas. There'd be areas that are off limits
Right.
for development.
And so the point I'm trying to make here, which, as I said, I didn't get to yet, is that Grave Karga is making this, which is his spaceport city, where you come down onto, looks like a really civilized area.
Yeah,
That other area could very easily exist elsewhere on the planet.
Maybe that's just the start. Once he's got like that first big city going, he can set up even other like smaller cities. You know?
Oh, that too. But I'm actually saying something a little bit different than that. Grief Karga actually understands how the unregulated can be useful as well. He was part
Yeah.
of
So
it.
he could set up a more criminal zone or something.
Right, but which is in an area that isn't by the landing pads, and so
a trade-free zone. A trade-free
right,
zone. Yeah.
because the planet is a big place.
Yeah.
No, I
And
see. You want a bit more you want a bit more diversity to your planet when it
and
comes to what type of environments it has.
yes,
Business and
especially
pleasure.
with having someone like Grief Karga as the High Magistrate, who understands the usefulness of it. Wouldn't it be
Yeah, I mean
interesting to
he could
have?
set up a crime. He could set up a crime hub there too and get some kickbacks
Yeah,
from that.
and,
Oh,
and
you
wouldn't
just think about it.
that
Karga's
now that
he's actually trying to establish a free trade hub, and at the same time gentrify it.
hmm now
Yep.
there's two issues here. Well, not issues, but two things to think about. One is he has just told the pirates to go fuck them off, to go fuck themselves off.
Right.
But that could also be that he did that because you guys think that you actually have hooks into me. So
Right.
Yeah.
yeah, go away, and we'll take care of you if you come at me.
One thing
And
I'm curious about, something they set up was again him offering the position to Dune or not Dune, but for Din for the position of Marshal, and I'm thinking to myself, they're setting that up for somebody else,
yep,
but I'm not sure who.
Yeah, that makes sense.
mm-hmm. And
Who
I'm not
else
sure
could
who
do
that would go toward. Oh,
I have a theory, and I'm kind of hoping I'm wrong, but I'm guessing I'm going to be right.
and I'm going to refer to him as his actor name, which is really weird for me because I don't normally do that. But I'm not remembering his name at the moment. The guy who did Bill Burr
Yeah, Mayfeld.
last season. Yeah, okay,
Oh, God.
Mayfeld. Did he? He didn't die, did he?
No, he's still alive. They let him go.
No, he's still
And
Okay.
I'm thinking they might try to set him up as that was actually my theory, is that they might try to set him up as.
Okay. So we're actually of the same mind on that then. Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, that's where my thoughts went, is that they were going to try and set him up as the marshal of that particular planet, because he's a good gunfighter. Part of me still hopes I'm wrong, because I'd like to see Bill Burr in Beskar.
That was
Would
pretty
freak
cool.
out if they saw her.
Yes.
And that's the thing, Evo. That's literally the thing.
Yep.
All of these planets in Star Wars are like, let's take a continent, or not even continent, a subcontinent of Earth. I mean, because if we were to say a continent, imagine the continent of North America. Oh my God,
Yeah.
we go from the tundra to a tropical rainforest to.
But there's only one big city on the whole of the North American continent.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and that's kind of what I was trying to say, and
Yeah, I get you.
and I know that other continents are similar. Oh dear Lord, South America. I'm pretty sure. I've never really looked at their actual stuff, but it dips far enough to the south towards Antarctica that the cold part way down there has got to be really different from the northern part of it too.
Yeah.
And yeah, so yeah, Yivo ain't wrong. So yeah,
That's yeah, you said biome. Yeah. Think about that though, because we do have Coruscant, which is a ginormous city that's deep underground, many levels. So you could see him probably having visions of grandeur of having something like that, maybe to the bigger power with different substations and different areas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then have all his under the table shady stuff going on, kind of way on the outskirts.
Mm-hmm. So,
I can see casinos and all kinds of stuff.
is Coruscant the first city planet you guys have known of? Out of curiosity.
Yeah, it's the first space city.
Do you guys know about Isaac
No, I know
Asimov?
of a couple other ones.
Yeah, there are a couple of them.
Another big one in particular, which would be Nar Shaddaa.
Well,
Nar
I
Shaddaa.
wasn't talking about Star Wars, to be
Oh,
honest.
big
yeah.
city planets?
Well-
No.
Yeah, that would be Isaac Asimov. The Foundation in series. I believe it was called Tantus or Tantris. And
Never heard of it. But I can see what you're talking about, Net. I'll use an example that I remember from the Rogue Squadron video game was the planet Corellia, for example. Like you had a city, and then you had mountains and a lake, and then you had a bigger city, and then while you're flying in an X-wing, you're covering like all that ground.
Mm-hmm.
So like, I can understand what you're saying. There would be more than just that one city, or should be more than just that one city.
Oh no, that wasn't my point. Not my point at all. Well, it was that Coruscant is a city planet, and
yeah,
when we talk about Star Wars, you do all one biome, one city, one one forest planet, one blah blah blah. The city planet did not originate with George Lucas.
Oh, okay.
And it may not have originated with Isaac Asimov, but if it didn't, I don't know who did it first. Isaac Asimov is the first I know of, and he did it in his Foundation series, which was published between 1942. So,
wow.
Yeah. The city planet was not a new thing. And for anyone who has not read Isaac Asimov, and especially his Foundation series, go read it.
Pretty interesting.
I have actually read everything that Isaac Asimov has written in his fiction, and that's a lot of books, by the way. But go read it. Very, very, very good author. I have nothing bad to say about him. He's kind of formative for me in a lot of ways. So yeah, when I think about Coruscant, I always go back and think of him. And before Coruscant, I think that there was some stuff with Wing Commander that had something similar, but I don't know as much about that. I just kind of vaguely remember playing that before the prequels came out, and that there was another city planet there. But really, it's the Foundation series that I refer to when I talk about that.
I get you.
That's interesting.
But the reason why that it has anything to do with this is that we come down on Navarro, and the place that we see in Navarro is the city. And that is also the spaceport is also going to be the only place that a lot of ships really ever see on any planet. They see the city that they come down with the spaceport. So the experience that someone comes down on in their ship is likely going to be just the spaceport that they come down into. So even if the entire planet actually is a full-on really diverse biome like it should be, they're going to come down and go, oh, this is this is that forest planet. If the spaceport is in a forested area, oh, this is that city planet. If all they see is high rises right around there. You see what I'm saying?
Uber Metroplex. It's like an Uber
Yeah.
Metroplex on steroids.
Because when you're coming down, you don't see that much. And
You just see the lights. You get close and like, what the hell is that? All that light? That's the city. It's everywhere.
and the pilots may actually have a different view of it because the pilots are looking through the shield, through windshields, and can see it in this particular universe. A lot of other universes, there's actually no windshields because why? I'm not saying that there's no good reason for the why to have them, but in some universes there actually is. The question of why should there be windshields, because that's how our shit works. We do everything off of our instruments. So in those, it really would be we land and what we see is what we think the planet is. But even for something like this where we have windshields, it's only going to be the pilot and the piloting crew that see that there's more than just the city that they're coming down to. The passengers are just going to be like, oh, hey, this is the planet.
Yeah, and even when you have transports, those kind of shuttle transports, even if they have windows, they're very small, and I've noticed there's not many of them.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't really see anything but the city.
And yeah, Evo, you're right. For Star Wars, Naboo is kind of diverse, but I was more talking about the bio more than the people.
Yeah.
Because Naboo actually really does still do what I'm talking about. When you land on Naboo, it really is a luscious planet. I don't think I've seen
the reverse. It's like the reverse. Yeah. It's like there's more lush green and less city, as opposed to the other one, the biome, which is pretty much all city, very little outcroppings.
Yeah. But so again, this does bring us.
It would have to be a planet. It would have to be a planet that has such good core energy. Thinking about that,
actually,
really good core energy.
Actually, I'm going to give Yivo credit here. He's right. It does show that Naboo has fields and swamps and cities. For once in Star Wars, it does show that on Naboo, it actually does show more than the city. It goes into more than just there being fields, and it does. I think that it does show more diversity of actual nature than I think maybe any other has shown. I think Evo has a point there.
Yeah, Naboo's a little bit different. Yeah.
And again, and Phantom Menace is my favorite. Thank you. Sorry. But seriously, I think Evo has a good point. Are you okay? Whoever, it sounds like just fell down.
Sorry, that was my laptop.
Okay. Well, oh shit! Is your laptop okay?
It didn't broke.
Good. Are you awake?
That's important. Don't
yeah, I'm fine.
Oh my god! Get that boy some Monster or a Red Bull.
Yeah, but honestly, that scared me for a second when I heard it hit the ground. I wasn't sure if a laptop hit the ground or a person. Either one had me go, oh shit.
No, it just
CT, are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. CT woke up, realized that he actually fell asleep, and then fell over and went wonk.
No. Oh God.
Sorry, I had to use the restroom. Yeah. No. Naboo is pretty diverse. I would
need-
say Corellia. I would say Corellia is pretty diverse because I know for a fact
I
they
need
have
to
a
use the
polar
restroom.
area.
Oh, and not so. CT is back.
I know. No, I'm just
Okay.
saying. I would also say that Corellia is diverse because it has like a snow region.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Just it's just one of those things that's like, oh dear, that is it's kind of memeable, but but when you look at the meme, you go, but it's not that wrong.
Yeah.
No, I do get what you mean that like planets have like particular areas where it's like this is a desert. And even Mandalore has that. They have deserts, but they also have jungles and again I'm going by the old EU version.
Yeah.
They had deserts, but they also had like huge oceans and jungles and colder regions and whatnot.
Yeah. And it's not to say that that never happens, but it really is true that it it is something that happens a lot.
Yeah.
You think Karga actually thinks that far ahead?
Actually, I do think that Cargo would be the kind of person to think that far ahead. He is one of the people that I think would.
Again, I don't think
He-
I don't think he's going to go as huge development as Coruscant.
Oh,
I
no.
think he's going to
Oh,
start with one. I think he's going
Whoa.
to start with one small city or one big city, and then branch out to other cities as well, towns.
I think that I think that what he wants to do here is he wants his spaceport to be the respectable spaceport here. And
Yeah.
remember, this like I was saying, the city is not the planet, even though that is the mistake that happens a lot in Star Wars.
Yeah.
But I think that what Grief Karga very well may want to do, but just not with just not with these pirates, because these pirates feel like they have a claim on him, and he does not want anyone that has a claim on him to continue to have a claim on him, if that makes sense.
He wants to attract a lot of money, a lot of wealth.
And I would also say that he wants to have a secondary spaceport on this planet that is not near Navarro, or at least Navarro City, if you want to call it that.
Yeah.
That he can say, what? No, that's not us. And that's
so
where
he wants to have a respectable city destination port, and then he wants to have maybe on the other side of the planet where all the scum and villainy will come in.
Yes! I mean,
no, I got that.
Do you guys think that Grief Karga is suddenly respectable?
Not entirely.
No, but he understands that by being respectable, but keep in mind, he doesn't want anything to do with the New Republic or any other government here.
Yeah.
Which means he doesn't want any oversight at all. He doesn't want to ask for anything. That could just be because he is doing it out of I am really philosophically opposed to having that. That could be Grief Karga. No.
Well, honestly, I admire Karga's pioneer spirit and wanting to not rely on big government.
I agree with that, but I'm saying, do you really think it's just
libertarian.
out of the pioneering spirit? I mean, we've seen what he was doing before. He didn't seem all that upset with being the person to delivering bounties. Did he seem that conflicted about it to you?
No, I think he's just like, okay, the bounty hunting thing didn't really win me any favors. Let's try a new business venture.
Right, but do you think that he is saying, and now I'm never going to do it again?
Probably not. He'll still get his hands dirty from time to time. He just won't do it like.
But he doesn't
imagine
want to
the
do
contact.
it in Navarro City. Is the thing that I'm
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Imagine the contacts, all the contacts he has. I mean, he could pull this off.
No, I get what you're saying, Nat.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that he really does mean it for Navarro City, but don't forget that this entire and here's the thing that kills me. I don't believe that Disney can understand Grief Karga in this way. That is what kills me here. For all that I'm saying this, and I truly believe that this is how he should be, I do not believe that Disney can do this. Does that make any sense?
Yeah.
They don't have the creativity or forethought to think of something.
Well, I'll give you
like
an example
that.
we know very well. Han Solo, prior to joining the rebellion, was doing smuggling for Hutts and whatnot, getting money. Now, just because he's not smuggling for himself, it doesn't mean he's not still occasionally doing stuff like that. And by that I mean nowadays if it's like a mission for the New Republic, he's like, I'll smuggle you past this blockade.
Yeah.
He's just looking at it from a newer angle.
It's like
even Grief Karga could do it, but you don't think Disney is going to follow through on that?
No, I don't.
No, it's not going to be like Han Solo though. It's going to be more of an undertaking, an underhanded type thing. Off the radar.
Here's what I'm talking about, Dad. What I'm talking about is akin to Han Solo, kind of like where you move on to a new scam. Like you're a scam artist.
Yeah,
the old one isn't working anymore, so you got to move on to a new scam, a new business venture. That doesn't mean you've lost all your old contacts and all your old scams. As a matter of fact, you can probably use some of them in your new business venture.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah,
which is why Han Solo was so useful to the rebellion. He wasn't just useful as this general that had the Millennium Falcon. He was useful because he also had all of these contacts.
Well, even though he was an officer in the rebellion, after. After all that,
and just to go full ADD, one things that does bother me about Star Wars, just the not prequels, not sequels, the original. Guys, come on, you valued him. You could have actually ponied up how much he owed Jabba the Hutt. He could have just paid him fucking off.
Exactly.
Yeah, I do want I think part of the reason was and again it's explained more in the comics than in the actual film.
I've actually read Shadows of the Empire, by the way, which was one of the things that covered in between, and I've never been convinced that they couldn't have paid it off.
Well, here's the thing: they did pay it off a couple times.
I think I missed that.
Well, I'm talking about some of the in-between books and comics.
Right.
There was actually a short comic.
All right, I'm
where
back.
Han Solo gets a treasure. He gives half of it to the Alliance to build new X-wings, and he gives the other half to a guy to pay off Jabba, and the guy pays off Jabba.
Yeah.
So Jabba still says he owes him.
Okay, so we're saying that Jabba was paid, but Jabba claims he wasn't paid. Is that what we're saying?
That's because Jabba's an underhanded slug.
No, that actually is that's fine. And if that's the case, then I missed that, and it would have been nice to have had the argument. I paid you. You know what I mean?
Well, he paid him back multiple times. There's been a couple of occasions where he actually got Jabba's bounty off his back.
no, and I get that.
And Jabba's
What
like,
I'm
nah,
saying
you still owe me.
what I'm saying is that then it would have been nice, and this would have been a much better retcon than the shit that we got of. I forget what the word was, but when but in the thing where he is encountering Greedo, instead of getting that retcon of him going River, it would have been
Yeah.
I paid him. That would have been
Yeah.
a much better retcon of I've already paid him. Bang.
Well, here's the thing. One of the occasions, Han wasn't even sure if the guy had paid him.
Yeah.
So this is something more that the audience knew rather than Han
because he
Solo.
did it through a middleman because
Yeah.
frankly Greedo was trying to get him to give Greedo the money.
Yeah.
Greedo wasn't like pay Jabba. Greedo was like give me the money.
Shoot.
So if there was a little bit of and like I'm saying, I'm not saying it should have been there in the very first movie, even though it would have been great if it was. But with a couple of retcons that happened to that friggin' scene, we've got the Han shot first, we've got Greedo shot first, then we got I don't even remember what the weird word was, but in the most recent version there was some.
I know what the word is.
If you remember, please tell me.
McClunky.
McClunky, thank you. Instead of having having McClunky being stated, it having, but I've already paid it, or something similar to that, like some indignant. I've already paid it. Bang. That would have been so much better of a retcon, and it would have been a full-on retcon because it would have changed the narrative from what the movies themselves have actually shown, because the movies themselves have shown that he didn't get around to, which has always seemed bizarre because
Well, just keep in mind when it came to the debt of Jabba the Hutt, after Han got like a better gig than Jabba wasn't going to take that line down, no matter how many times Han covered the bet.
Yeah. Well, actually, no, I don't completely agree with that. Apparently, that is how they decided to bring that. But Jabba could have been like, bygones be bygones, as long as he doesn't encroach on my territory.
She don't care. He's a Hutt. He's a crime lord.
No, but that's the point. He doesn't care as long as it doesn't.
In the Han Solo books, he says Han was his best smuggler.
Yeah, and
after he lost him to the rebellion, he's like, nah, I still want him to work for me because he got me a lot of money.
Well, yeah, and that is why I'm saying in Han going, I paid him back. Boom. It doesn't change Jabba saying you still owe me, but Han actually actively saying no, I paid you back. Fuck off.
Yeah,
but there's nothing. But there's nothing
No,
from
Mom
Han's
trick.
end of saying in that I paid him off. Han never, not that I've ever seen.
Hold on,
has
guys.
He
I
does-
need to. Hold on.
I don't care right now. We're talking specifically about this. Han never specifically stated that no, I don't, and it's not something he'd need to do in a reasoned discussion. Saying in when Greedo says, "Pay the money back," I've already paid it back. Bang.
Yeah, I get you.
I mean that's all it would need.
Well,
Yeah.
Jabba's just using an old mob trick where you
Oh,
go,
yeah.
okay, I can get the 200,000. Oh no, it's not 200,000. It's 400,000 now. Interest.
But to
Did
show
do
that, but to show that all that you need to show is what I just said. You don't need to explain.
Yeah, no, I
everything.
get it.
You just need to show Han saying, "Fuck off, I paid."
I paid it.
And
bam,
and then Jabba still saying, "No, you owe," and then we can just assume the rest of it all we need. We don't need paragraphs to explain it all. We just need
Yeah.
Han
I see what you mean, Nat.
to say no. I don't. And then like I've been told, we can then use common sense. But you need to have the thing to have us go, but wait, maybe there's more. But since we never had that,
Yeah.
why should we use quote unquote common sense to think wait that maybe there's more? We need to have something to hang it on.
Yeah, there's too much assumption there. Too much assumption.
Yeah, and
then
I can
later on, he just gets lucky. Later on, obviously, Han gets lucky because he's still alive, and then Jabba gets axed. So it's like you never know if that was ever settled. Probably not.
Mm-hmm. Oh God!
Yeah.
The whole motivation for taking the job for Obi-Wan was to get the money for Jabba. Oh dear Lord!
Han was still taking the job.
Yeah, hot. No, I know. I just thought that was funny. Yeah, Han was still actually on the take. Now mind you, Han still had the debt because he had dumped the spice, but he was still actively working for Jabba at that point. So there wasn't the "we're hunting you down." It's Han was still like, yes, I'm paying you off, and I'm still actively working for you. So Jabba wasn't hunting for him. It's like, yes, it will be paid. So it wasn't an issue at that point, or at least that's how I saw it.
Yeah. Once he met with Jabba after he greased Greedo, that was kind of the understanding,
Yeah.
Yeah, when he stepped on his tail and and it was basically okay, I'll give you time.
I actually really like the special editions, by the way.
Yeah.
But yeah, and I actually do consider this to be relevant to what we're talking about here because we are talking about a crime lord and their hold over an actual planet. And Grief Karga is at this point he is the legitimate lord over the planet, the High Magistrate. But are you going to tell me that he is really as much on the up and up as he's acting? Really?
He's trying to create his own empire. He's going to try to create his own empire.
He's making it very clear he does not want the Republic or anything over him, which there are multiple ways to see that. What really is
the empire?
The full-on libertarian aspect of we don't want anybody else over us, so fuck off.
Right.
But since we already know his history and we know that he was in charge of the bounty hunters, and not just and I'm not and when we say bounty hunters, I'm pretty sure that those bounties weren't always on the up and up.
Oh,
you know what I mean? So we're talking someone that had no problem skirting the law, who is in charge of this planet. He wants this city to be squeaky clean, and he's going to make another area his own area to play with.
Yeah.
Now that's just my view, and
that's like the old mafia, doing all the underhanded stuff but having legitimate businesses as cover.
Mm-hmm. And if Disney has the stones to actually do that, I will respect them a lot more than I do right now. I don't think that they have the stones to do that. I think that they are actually making Grief Karga an actual upstanding leader.
Oh, okay.
And I'm not happy. because I
They're
think
also
that's what they're. I think
they're
that's
also going to
that.
change Din. I get the impression they're going to change Din too. They're going to do something different with Din.
We'll see what they do with Din. Din has always been, and he tell me what Din is. Take Grogu out of it. Tell me what Din is.
Bounty hunter.
Is that what he is? Tell me what that means about his personality. Tell me what he believes in.
Getting his man.
Yeah, that really tells us a lot about the person, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
They really have made him the man behind the mask. Really doesn't exist. I'm sorry, Pedro Pascal, but that's part of why the mask is there. There really is nothing behind his character. He is his profession. That's all that they made him.
And if they do something, if they do a 180, it's going to be obvious.
Mm-hmm. If they do anything with his character to make him a character, it's going to be obvious.
Well, it's already getting obvious right now.
Well, I'm not sure exactly what you mean there, because he still seems to be a shell and just following. Well, actually, no, you're right. In this case, for once, he's not actually going after a person or Grogu. He actually is trying for redemption. Redemption for something that's really fucking stupid, admittedly. But it is something that doesn't have to do with bounty hunting or Grogu. So you've got a point there. So for once, he actually isn't.
And I also think that it's on a personal thing for him at this point.
Yeah. Oh, and Nazo.
I'm back.
So,
what happened to Nazo?
I'm not sure. I just noticed that he was gray again. Why do you guys keep leaving? Ah!
No, I think our connections keep. Sometimes our connections get funny.
No, it's completely fine. I'm just joking. It's just, I need to recognize that happens and pay more attention to the back room. Sorry.
You know what? The more we talk about this, I think this might even be his personal redemption journey. This might even be a catalyst for them to completely change what he's been. I think they're going to go in almost a completely new direction with Din Djarin, I think.
Let's actually pull that back a little bit and say that as we're talking about this, we're seeing the possibility that they could.
Yeah.
Let's not.
Whenever we see the possibility of them doing something, what do? They
take a left turn when they should take a right turn.
Yes, that's my point.
So what I'm saying is that let's say that we're seeing the possibility, which I'm actually completely on board with, because as we're talking about it, I'm like, this actually is something that's on him as opposed to Grogu or Bounty Hunter. So we are seeing them starting to do something that is about his character. 3 episodes in.
Yeah.
But before praising that, let's see if they actually do that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know whether to praise them or shun them. We just have to see.
Well, keep in mind, this is the first time I've watched Mandalorian without Disney Plus. Let's just say I have been doing some sailing.
Okay, yeah.
And what does that say? I mean, I've been actually one of the people that has watched a lot of the stuff and been like, come on, guys, please. And at this point, if this gets great, I will actually resub. But
yeah,
I'm not there at this
point.
But
if they do what they've been doing, though, I think that's what everybody's like apprehensive about it. don't screw this up too. Basically.
What I see with this is when I talk about, okay, you got a way to go good. You could go right or left, and right would be the right way to go, but you go left. This is how I felt when watching Loki, because I actually really like Loki in a lot of ways. There's a lot of people who think that I hate Loki. I don't. My feelings on Loki is so mixed because I really like a lot of the concepts, and I was like, cool. At the end of 2, and you can go back to my videos and talk about this. I was like, cool. Here's how to make this work. This is really cool. We are reset bombing the timelines. This is awesome. Then episode 3 happens, and they basically ignored that they reset bombed all the timelines. It was just, oh, that was just a diversion. How was that just a diversion? Because I was actually really invested after episode 2. I was like, this is cool. Then what?
Yep.
And that's what they kept doing in Loki. They kept having choice to go to take the right choice, and then they went left. There was another chance to take a right choice, and then they went left. And this is from the person who specializes in time shit. They came so close to greatness, and then they kept going, no. And that's what and that, yes, that is Marvel and not Lucasfilm, but they are both Disney. And that's what I see them doing here. I see things right here that they could take the right turn. And from experience, I expect them to take the left turn.
It's almost like somebody going up to an extremely boiling hot spring and dipping a toe in it. Oh, that's hot. And then 2 minutes later, let's see if it's hot again.
Yes!
Oh, it's hot. Same.
And that's what they do.
Did you see what
Hello,
I posted?
Dave Filoni and Jon Favreau. Hi.
Did you see what I posted?
Not at all. What did you post?
Tell him, Nazo.
It's in the chat. He said,
Oh, it's in the chat.
one
What's
word, revisionist.
Yes, that is Dave Filoni. Sorry, I've actually got the main chat up, so I wasn't watching the private. Yeah, and yes, Yevo, he is just a plot device. That is unfortunately how I see Din. So yeah, moving on, I suppose.
But here's the thing: how does it make sense to make a series about a character who is just a plot device?
But that's what they've been doing.
Yeah, I mean, what? It's just they don't. It's like they don't want you to get invested in a character for very long before they change it up.
Well, it does bring up the question you got to ask. Beyond like being a father to Grogu, what character trait does Din have?
Yeah, which is kind of what I was trying to say earlier.
Yeah,
they tried to say that he's the best bounty hunter in the quadrant, but then we see him fuck up time after time after time. The only time we really didn't see him have fuck ups was when he was rescuing Grogu. So he actually did that really well. After that, we really didn't see much of the master bounty hunter. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's like he lost his mojo.
Yeah, and then his Beskar turned into magnetic blaster armor. so that
Basically,
all
plot armor, but
well, yes, but my point is that okay, Beskar can take it, but then all blaster shots are attracted to whatever plate he has, because there are places in the joints and stuff that if you shoot enough shots at someone, you're going to hit those joints. And we're not talking blaster bolt 1, 2, 3. We're talking in automatic weapon fire. Some of those would have hit the joint.
Evo, he's funny, man.
What? Okay, what's it saying now? Oh yeah, and
local wildlife.
oh yeah, exactly. I love Evo. Evo's great. By the way, Evo, if you ever want to come on, just let me know, because I'd be happy to have you on.
And here we are thinking that droids were his kryptonite, and it's actually animals.
Yeah, well, I just thought everything's his kryptonite, frankly.
Yeah.
So, yeah. And as proof of Grogu having force powers, we just get to see him just steal a bean of whatever that I assume that bean's probably worth like 10,000 credits or whatever.
Yeah. He's a
Because
little kleptomaniac.
but that's what we get to see from him. That shows his force powers. And I was expecting him to help in like the cleanup for this pirate fight. Which, by the way, this was the one fight that I actually felt some tension in. And
Yeah.
I thought that Grogu was going to do something, because we kept looking over here. I think I even saw Grogu wink, and then nothing. We just saw everybody else clean it up. It was like, okay, fine. But I did appreciate them showing that Grief Karga himself still handles himself as someone who is competent in this shit.
Oh yeah.
I actually this scene I actually liked.
Yeah, it's a good scene.
If you remember in their group chat, this is when I was like, I'm not completely down on it. I liked the confrontation between the pirates. This was cool. I liked it. Especially because he didn't even like. One thing that I liked was that Grief Karga did not shed his robes. He just pushed it to the side, and then he's like, "Clean this area up."
Right.
He didn't do the entire. I need to shed my robes and become. Roar. No, he did it in his full-on high magistrate persona.
Yeah, he's like the cross between the gunslinger and the proletarian, you know.
Yeah, and he made sure that his robes of office and everything, left him the room to actually function as the gunslinger. That is something I'm going to actually give props to this for.
Yeah, somebody who did that, they thought about that.
JG, your mic's making noise.
It really is.
What's making noise?
Sorry.
There is a good amount of background humming coming.
Oh, I think that's because of I'm out back in the dryer.
Yeah,
You know, the dryer.
I figured that as long as we can all understand what's being said, we can deal with it. It would be better if we didn't have it, but that's why I wasn't commenting on it.
Yeah. No, if I mute my mic, it'll probably be better.
Okay, and if you want to do that when you don't have anything to say, that would be good, because I don't like muting people, because I want people to be able to say what they're saying, but if you can unmute yourself when you want to say something, that would be awesome. Because I'm not wanting to shut you down.
No problem. I will.
Cool. Okay. So, yeah, I like I was saying, I really like what they. I don't really dislike much of what they've done with Grief Karga, other than it seems like when Din came on planet, he didn't do any intel gathering, which seems odd. But after that, it's like, okay, cool. And bringing the IG back and seeing this, it's a little bit odd that they have this much back, like you said, but that really kind of depends exactly where the bomb was and a whole bunch of other stuff, and I'm willing to just deal with that, if that makes sense. So we go a little bit further. We see Grogu looking, and I think that Grogu remembers more of IG being the nurse droid than being the droid that wanted to kill him.
Shit, I got kicked again, didn't I?
What?
Oh, it says oh, okay, never mind. I thought I got kicked for a second.
Now, as far as I can tell, nobody's been kicked.
Okay.
And honestly, I do know there are so many people that are like, when we see all roads going to the sequels, screech, screech, screech. Nah, it's fine. And since we actually do know that it's going towards the sequels, because I don't believe that we're going some other direction, I do like the idea of seeing in the droid smiths like this.
Yeah, I just know the writing quality is going to suffer as it goes forward.
It's already suffering. It's suffered for the last 2 seasons.
Yeah. I mean, like more than it already has.
It's suffered.
Will Star Wars never be great again because it's the sequel, because of the sequel trilogy, or what?
It's not because of the sequels. It's because Disney is shit.
Does that mean Zootopia shit?
Let's hope that they are not going to be bringing the same people on for Zootopia.
CT, didn't we talk about this before?
Sorry.
Yeah, I thought so.
No.
Yeah. No, but what I mean is, like, for example, like, I know part of the reason people are gawking at this episode is because of the Grogu bits, and I'm thinking to myself, oh yeah, adorable baby.
Oh, you mean like here?
I don't know. I'm not trying to let it be too personal, or I'm sorry if it comes off like.
Do you remember what I've actually told you about Zootopia 2? Do you remember anything that I've ever said negative for Zootopia 2?
No.
Do you remember anything I said positive?
Somewhat.
Because I have.
Right.
I've actually told you that it's and yes, this goes against a little bit of what I just literally said, but Disney has not always done bad. Even recently, there is stuff that Disney has done well currently. And what I hope is that they do the good for Zootopia 2. The first Zootopia I thought was very good. And I hope that they keep the same people, the same creative voices in there. And there's no reason to believe that they won't, unless I see things about people being canned, which I haven't, by the way. And I haven't seen anything being said about any of the shit that we see about these other properties. As long as that's not happening, I don't see any reason to look down at the possibilities for Zootopia 2. But when I look at Mandalorian and I look at Star Wars overall, I do see it that at Disney has put people in charge of it who have drastically brought the quality of it down. So I don't retract my statement on Disney and its hack writers for Star Wars, but that was not relating to Zootopia 2. Not everything is about Zootopia 2, dude.
Okay.
I was talking about it in relation to Star Wars.
Right.
So yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, isn't this so cute? Bad baby, bad baby, ah, bad baby.
Work.
Which, mind you, that is amusing, but it's also like, really, really.
With me, when it comes to the Grogu stuff, I'm like, to me, it's just kind of played out. I'm like, oh, cute baby doing cute baby things.
Yeah, which is accurate.
I mean, like, it was adorable in season 1, and then season 2 was still kind of okay.
And that
and
was-
then
And
Book of Boba Fett.
and then we were told that Grogu was leaving for now. So season 3 would actually be focusing on Mando. Then Book of Boba Fett happened, and Grogu is back. So it's again about Grogu again.
Well, let's face it, would as many people watch it if Grogu wasn't there?
No, there's a reason why the Monopoly set for the Mandalorian was all about Grogu.
And it's also why, because I've heard rumors about this, about how they're talking about the concept of bringing Rey back and putting her with Grogu.
Oh dear Lord, I had not actually seen that.
I've seen rumors of that, and I'm like, yeah, that to me, that's like the cry of desperation.
Yes.
Like, here's the thing: people are gonna say whatever they want to say about Rey or whatever. I'm like, personally, I don't think much of her character. I think she's a bit overpowered and a bit overrated, but I don't think she's as bad as so many other people
Oh no.
declared her. I think she's just kind of a mediocre character.
One thing that
And then
surprises
pairing her up with a baby isn't really going to change her that
Yeah.
much.
Well, pairing her up with Grogu is going to be adding Mary Sue with Grogu Sue.
What?
Mary
Would
Sue
that be
is
called? Wouldn't that be called Baby Sue?
maybe Baby Sue. I was just saying Grogu, but yeah,
Or if it's a boy, Baby Stew.
yeah. It's just going to add the levels of overpoweredness, and honestly, I actually agree with you. There's been people that think that I actually don't like Rey, and I actually like her. I just think that she was done dirty by Last Jedi and then later Rise of Skywalker. And after Force Awakens, I was one of the people explaining why she wasn't such a bad character. And then, oh wait, no, she really is just being handed all this stuff. Great. I had to eat a lot of humble pie after that. I still kind of like Rey. I just don't like what they did with her.
Yeah. No, like, in particular with me, the part of the reason why I'm not a huge fan of her character is, like, most of her stuff, and I've talked with Padawan about this, like, most of her stuff is, like, it's emotional stuff and not, like,
Yeah.
one of my things, like her whole conflict is internal, and that's great. But like sometimes people need an external conflict to identify with the internal conflict.
You kind of need to show it.
Show, don't tell.
Mm-hmm. Oh, and keep in mind, I've read the books that go along with each one of the sequels. So, yeah. They don't make it better. So yeah. Okay. So yeah, we have the pirate fight. I think we've discussed Grief Kargas as the motivations for that, and that's kind of cool. So now we're rebuilding the droid, and after their first attempt at rebuilding the droid, it attempted to kill Grogu, which, well, yeah, that might happen. And now apparently they need to find a new memory circuit, which the thing that I find interesting there is that, okay, you need to find a memory circuit. Oh, okay, so the default programming still remembered that Grogu was the target, even though the memory circuit was fried.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Weird.
Isn't that interesting? I guess there's more than one memory circuit, or
I don't get it either.
yeah, it's a very specific
Technically,
one.
if he had no memory circuit, he shouldn't remember Grogu or Din or anybody. He shouldn't even have like attack protocol. He should be like how he was with
The attack protocol might actually make sense because that could be more hardwired in, but
Well,
recognizing
because remember
but recognizing Grogu as a target, what?
Well, you have to remember Quill turned him back on, and he didn't really like remember or do much while he was under Quill.
Quill was actually doing programming shit with him. Quill actually was reprogramming and all that shit. That's what made him into the nurse droid. That's what they're claiming the memory.
Then again, yeah, he did mention that he had to like start him from scratch.
Yeah, that's what supposedly the memory circuit is. That's why he doesn't remember them as that. But then,
yeah,
why do we have him remembering Grogu as a target? It's very selective what was burned out. Very selective.
Yeah.
And hey, hamster, how's it going? Just so you know, so you is hamster or hammer, when I refer to him, he is my troll. So if he trolls, just understand that.
Yeah, no, I've seen him before on your stream, so I know what to expect from him.
Yeah, but the others might not. So yeah, but yeah. Yay, this makes tons of sense, doesn't it? Memory circuit, very selective. And also something that is interesting to me while listening to them with talking to Din during all this is that, yeah, this is not Hades. Hades is not anywhere near this comprehensible by us. We can actually understand him as he's talking. It sounds very simplistic. Ban Pudu. And I'm pausing a lot because I don't want to get claimed.
Yeah.
But yes, but I do think he is not talking. He is not talking Hades. This is not Hades.
No, he asked him if he speaks Huttese.
No, but if you notice, every time him in Grief is translating for him.
Yeah.
He doesn't respond until Grief translates, but we can hear what he says. This is not Hades. This is not something that Din can't understand.
Well,
but Din
I think
says he doesn't understand it, so Grief translates. But it's being said in a way that we can understand it.
Well, I think initially he didn't understand, and then he could actually understand the later sentences, which is why he kept looking at Grief like, okay. It's like, yeah,
Maybe.
I understood him already. That's what I caught it as. Like he was getting annoyed that Grief was translating at that point. because he could understand clear as day. Remember, it's a helmet. It's supposed to convey emotion.
You can convey emotion with a helmet on. One sec. Fix. No. They're broken. Okay. No, they're broken.
They're speaking
Fix.
in their own language.
No, they're broken. No fix. He's still saying with other things maybe a little bit Enzel, but we're still hearing they're broken. No fix.
Yeah,
You hear
they're
it.
broken.
I don't
I don't
understand.
understand.
Do you speak Hadith? He understands what he should.
I guess not. Even
Yeah.
though that's pretty basic English.
Do you see my point?
Yeah.
That was not Hadith that he's asking to be translated. We can understand just fine. Not even just with our subtitles. They're broken. Not fixed. They're broken. It's broken. And then what does grief translate that to? He said he can't fix it. Seriously. You couldn't get that from what he said. Mando, are you special? I have special needs clients who could understand that. Most of them could understand that.
Well, what's funny is because of the way most Enzel and basic English types because of the way their galactic basic is, it's almost like it's meant to be interpreted for kids anyway.
Yeah. So
Broken, no fix.
exactly. I mean, their chatter among themselves, of course. I'd have had no problem with. But what he asked for the translation of was the part that was that was grade level basic.
Yeah.
What the hell? We've heard Hadith before in Return of the Jedi. You do hear one or two words that's like, oh yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what that probably meant. But the rest of it, no abadobada. You know what I mean?
Ne Jabba no bot.
Yeah. So really?
I guess not.
But they're claiming that no, that this was completely lazy.
It seemed like a joke that didn't land.
It was a joke
Like
that was
later he could understand, which again was why he was looking at grief. Like I understand what he's saying now.
If it had started out with something that was more complicated, you would actually have a point.
But again,
that's why
I see it more as like a joke that didn't land.
But that's why I brought it back to the beginning, because if it was something that was incomprehensible to begin with, you'd actually have a point. It's not a joke that didn't land. If that's what they intended, it was a joke that was poorly made, not one that didn't land.
Yeah, actually, you got a point there.
Yeah. Because no, he did not need any translation for that first exchange when he asked for one. It broke. No, they actually brought it down to.
I guess I overlooked some of the flaws partially because they set up a bunch of stuff, but we'll see if any of what they set up pans out again.
Yep. And now basically okay, I do like him actually teaching him that being Mandalorian is not just learning about how to fight and point out the various things here. I do like this. This is something that I do like. And I don't like the fuel gauge just because every time fuel's mentioned, it gives me flashbacks to Last Jedi. Fuck that. But to be completely fair, starfighters like he's in, as opposed to the Razor Crest, do actually canonically have fuel issues because they're not big enough to have the self-sustaining drives that the larger issues, that the larger ships, like say the things that are in the fleet in The Last Jedi have. Those things don't worry about fuel because their drives actually have self-sustaining fusion plants.
Yeah, that's true because again with a much larger ship like a freighter, it would have a larger fuel source and self-sustaining. But we're talking about like a small snub fighter.
A snub fighter, even in the expanded universe, I could show you Luke actually running out of fuel. That does happen with snub fighters. It happens.
That happened in Heir to the Empire, if I recall.
That's my
point. He was in the middle of a battle and he made a jump and it used up like most, if not all, of his fuel.
The problem actually was that he was jumping to a place that he knew that he needed to go to, but he got pulled out due to an interdictor's field. But because of that, he didn't have enough fuel to go and jump again. That's what it was, if I remember correctly. But it really was a fuel issue. So fuel is an issue for snub fighters, expanded universe or current. It's just fuel issues for the big ass ships does not exist because they're big enough to actually have reactors. That's the thing. You also don't want to go anywhere near the reactors in there, and you don't want to let a missile get anywhere near those reactors because they're going to go boom.
I think Din should get an Enzellan for his ship or something.
Yeah,
that's the only way he could. Well, that's the only way he could actually sustain like a self-sustaining like a freighter-sized fuel drive. An actual expert.
Oh God. No.
Not too fast. Not too fast.
Yeah. So yeah. But seriously, besides the fuel thing, which again, even with fuel, the fuels it is important to understand if you're going to be operating a snub fighter, which he shouldn't be in a snub fighter, but whatever.
That's a different issue altogether.
Like I said, that's an issue from a different episode. So yeah, I do like him actually. I do like it actually having him showing Grogu the stuff in here and having the enemy proximity alert come up while he's doing it. That's actually one of those priceless things. It's like, yep, okay, oh shit. That's a coincidence that does not bother me because he was showing him as they're leaving orbit, and yeah, he just screwed with those pirates, and yeah, it makes sense that they're coming after him right away. And oh shit, they're there. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And this alarm beeping is enemy proximity warning indicator. I like that. That's one of those coincidences that I actually kind of like.
Where it starts beeping just as he's trying to narrate. You know, if it starts beeping, yeah, we're in trouble.
Yeah. I'm not always against coincidences. I think people think that I'm always against coincidences, and I'm not. I'm really not. I like this. That when it works, it works.
Don't mistake coincidence
fairy
for fate.
tales are all the same. The princess, the hero.
Hey.
Hi.
Was that your CT?
Oh. Yeah, I think that was me.
Someone's
Yeah,
watching
background
something about
there.
fairy tales.
Sorry. I saw a trailer for some film from Sky Studio.
Oh, okay, that's fine. I was just like, what? What's that?
Sorry.
Yeah, dude, it's fine. Okay, so
Anyway, let's get on to the pirate fight.
we're almost done. And in my opinion, this shouldn't take long because this is part of what I referred to as my with the episode. Because okay, we got the pirates coming at them.
This flight thing was very, in my opinion, was very much like the little gun duel that they had, where I like absolutely predicted where it was going. I'm like, yeah, this is going to be completely one-sided.
Yeah, and thing is that since with the gun duel that it happened in a much shorter space of time, it wasn't as much of a thing because it's like, okay, I think I know where this is going. Boom, 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 boom. It was fine. But in this, we had like it was spaced out over about like 5 minutes, where we're just going.
Yeah,
Okay,
they had to fill
one
the
down,
runtime. They had to
one.
fill the runtime with something.
Yeah,
But
and it was like
my problem with
one
this,
down,
my
one
problem,
down, one down, one down. Okay, another down, and
my,
that's
my,
what we just
let,
kept
let me
getting.
let me give you my issue with this particular flight is that there's no tension in it.
Mm-hmm. 100%.
And this is not
That's
a
actually
feeling
what I
I
was
got.
saying. That's
Well,
100%
this
what.
isn't a feeling that I got from like previous seasons of Mandalorian.
Yes,
Because
and
Razor Crest was a harder ship to fly.
mm-hmm.
To steer and everything. So Din got damaged every so often. So there were stakes. I'm like, oh great, his ship's damaged. How is he going to make it to the next port? He's
Yep.
got to stop off somewhere. Like there was actual stakes. This one, now I can just zoom past everybody. Zoom.
Actually, this brings me to, and this is again an issue for a previous episode, but it's an ongoing issue because of the starfighter he has. It's a problem that I have when and your protagonist who cannot die because he can't die because it's called the Mandalorian, right?
Well, here's the thing. He not only has like physical plot armor.
No,
He has plot armor in space now.
no, I know, and that's kind of a little bit where we're going, but not quite the way that you're going there with it.
Yeah.
We know that the Mandalorian can't die. He can be hurt, but he can't die, right? And just saying that as our first part, and he's not immune to all damage just because the show is about him. But he can be harmed, but we can't let him die.
Yeah.
Okay, so when you have him in a ship like the Razor Crest, if you do a good amount of damage to the Razor Crest, there's a good chance that he's still fine, right?
Yeah, but like then now he's stranded. But again, there's still that tension because of the Razor Crest.
That's my point. That's literally my point. You can actually do a lot of damage to Razor Crest, and he'll be fine, just really exposed and be brought in for questioning or whatever. But now that we have him in this snub fighter, you do a good amount of damage to that thing, the entire thing goes.
Which is why they can't damage it now. But again, because they did this, because they gave him a faster ship, they've taken away the stakes.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say.
It's like let me give you an example. You know that whole asteroid chase, the Star Destroyer chase in Empire Strikes Back?
Mm-hmm.
Part of the tension in that scene, or actually the whole core of the tension, is that his hyperdrive isn't working.
Yep.
Can you imagine how the zero tension in that scene if his hyperdrive works?
Yeah.
He's just flying around for fun, for the hell of it. I'm like, there's no tension. That's too easy.
Mm-hmm. Now now here's the thing that we could actually have here that they didn't point out, which just occurs to me as we're talking, because he elected not to have the astromech. While he's dodging through the asteroids, he can't have something else calculating the hyperspace stuff. So that's why he can't actually just go into hyperdrive the moment that right away, because he elected to have that turn into a little crawl space for Grogu. But they don't point that out. And then the moment he's out of there, he's then able to just it. I don't think that was actually light spacing past the ship. That I think that was the nitrous that they showed earlier that was put in. But then I assumed that he hyperspaced after that. So it was kind of the equivalent to hyperspace out of there. But if they actually made a point that that is somehow, and keep in mind, I am not a writer. I'm sure that writers could actually come up with ways to do what I'm saying, to say that crap, because he took out our astromech, we can't go into hyperspace to get out of here. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But now that they can go to hyperspace without astromech, so.
Well, I mean, I could see his ship being able to do it under no pressure. Like, if there's nothing around me, give me 5 minutes. We get out here. We can get out of here. But under pressure, we can't, because we don't have an astromech.
Yeah.
So yeah, that would add tension to this. Oh shit!
Yeah, but
we're under the guns of this thing. They've got a target lock, and because I chose not to have an astromech, so that Grogu
I
could be in there.
I can't just get the calculations in like that. Yeah, no, I get you.
Yeah, and that would actually be like, oh my god, the consequences of my actions.
Nope, no consequences.
Yeah. They could have been caught and had to deal with things on this pirate cruiser as the consequences of his actions of bringing Grogu with him instead of an astromech.
Yeah, actually, that would have been way better.
Especially if it was made clear somehow that that's why it happened.
Can we get to the plant guy now? The Now I have zero issue with his design. I actually like his design. I think it's unique. And again, it's because of his design.
I don't have a problem with it either. By the way, I'm just trying to get a good non-blurry. Okay, how's that?
Yeah, I get you. That's good enough. Well, anyway, because of his design, is what made me suspect he might be a Nettie. The tree people from Star Wars.
Which I don't know that much about, but I honestly got no problem with him. I was just like, oh, okay, that's kind of cool.
Honestly, Net, you should check out like the Republic comics or the Tales of the Jedi ones, because actually, if you've read Red Harvest, there's a Nettie in that one too. He's a Sith though. I also want to talk about his ship's design. It kind of reminds me of Palpatine's Eclipse Star Destroyer a little bit.
Let me go back for that.
Yeah.
Right there.
Yeah.
Ink Ferric. That's too close of a. There we go.
Yeah, that. I mean, it does kind of have like that hammerhead look a little bit, but I get more of a Palpatine's Eclipse Star Destroyer.
Okay.
I'll show you an image from the comics later, but it looks like a huge, like, Titanic-sized ship.
Cool.
But yeah, no, that's I thought like everything with the pirates was probably the most interesting in this.
If it had tension, it would have been so much better.
Yeah. Who's that background noise? I know that's not me.
I am not sure.
No, I was just commenting that it looked like a rack of ribs.
A ship like the Razor Crest opens them up to plots like chartering the Frog Lady.
Yeah, no, I still follow by like anybody who had a problem with like tree people because it wasn't current canon, like
Yeah.
Go jump off a cliff, please.
Take a long walk off a short pier.
Pretty much, yeah. No, I made that clear on Twitter. I'm like,
Oh no, I was agreeing. Take a long walk off a short pier. Yeah. The basic concepts of these things are not things that I think are what are the problem. It's the execution.
yeah, no. The execution is definitely the problem.
Yeah.
I don't watch. I haven't really watched a lot of like Star Wars shows as of late. Like I've been going through more
Andor is the main
audiobooks
thing
and
that I have
comics.
not seen. I watched the first 2 episodes of Andor and went, I'm bored. And I stopped.
Yeah, you kind of. Here's the thing. I like Andor purely because it does eventually get more into that, like, the more you get into it, they'll have more like political espionage and type stuff like that.
And that's why
But
I keep considering trying a little bit more, but it's almost like the Clone Wars thing of I've already tried some. You're telling me it's gonna be good if I just try some more. I'm like, yeah.
no, I get it. You're one of those like the show's got to hook me right here.
Well, if it didn't bore me as much as it did, I'm not saying it had to hook me like I'm super engaged. It just
And
had to not have.
to be fair, it's like the first 3 or 4 episodes of Andor are
Oh my god!
Cassian they're Cassian stuck on his home planet.
And how many episodes was Andor again?
I think it was like 12.
So the
But
first fourth of it, you just have to power through.
yeah, because none of the
Oh my
political
god!
shit start. Yeah, I know. None of the political espionage stuff starts right away. It's all about like the first 4 ones are all about introducing Andor and his connection to these particular people.
I just really dislike it when people tell me that you just had to get past this many episodes or this many seasons. That is good. And I'm like, God.
I'm beginning to wonder if you'd even be able to stand JoJo then.
I've tried watching it, by the way. Did you miss me? Did you miss me mentioning that?
I must have, because like
I've watched
seriously,
about I've watched
after
the
part
first
1,
four.
it does get progressively better, but
I've watched the first 4 episodes, and I was just like, okay, why? And I've never gone back.
you avoided the weird world then.
And to be honest, it's not completely fair because I have watched some other things. If you can tell me that I can skip, if you can tell me that I can literally skip those episodes to get to where you tell me that it gets good, I'm more amenable to that because as for like watching a show like Supernatural, honestly, if you watch the first episode of it and then skipped about like until about like the 8th episode, you miss nothing because it's Monster of the Week, and then it's really good from there. Then later, you should at some point get back to watching the other ones. But if you just watch it, episode 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you're like, why should I care? And so, if you can tell me that I can just start at this episode where you tell me that it gets good without having watched the others, I'm much more amenable to that idea, if that makes any sense.
Well, the episode does start with a recap from previous episodes, so technically it could.
Are you telling me that the recap is enough to understand everything?
For the most part, yeah.
In that case, I'm actually more willing to do that. Because my issue is needing to watch all of this stuff to get to the point that now it's good. If I'm told you can just start here, that isn't that big of a deal for me because it's like, okay,
Well,
if I
again,
can
like most shows nowadays, they come with that, previously on such and such.
Yeah, and a lot of times they really don't tell you enough.
The ones from Andor were pretty freaking detailed. Like
Okay,
they got every core beat of the episode. But I will say this though. Even in the later 4 episodes, like it takes them like 2.5 episodes for them to actually do like an action event.
I don't care about action. Action is not an issue for me.
Well, here's the thing, like the build up for the build up is pretty good because it's them setting the plan and who's got this duty, who's got that. It's kind of like you ever seen like heist movies like
Oh yeah,
Ocean's 11,
Ocean's 11, Ocean's 12,
Mission Impossible.
Ocean's
Yeah,
9.
like
Those things are good.
yeah, well, it's kind of like that where they're like setting stuff up before they actually do it, and then
Which is
they
not what
actually
Andor was doing in the first few episodes.
No, what the
And-
Andor's doing in the first 4 episodes is him getting enough credits to get off planet. Once
was
he's
And-
off planet,
it
shit
was
actually
Andor-
starts happening.
It was Andor fucking around with a droid that had a stupid ass speech impediment that was apparently programmed into it. That so cute, so cute. By the way, I hate that droid.
Oh, you're not going to win any favors with certain Star Wars fans.
Oh, I know. I got in arguments about that. Now, keep in mind, this is someone who has a speech impediment of his own. I felt that droid was mocking my speech impediment.
Oh, jeez.
It was not
it was just
respectful.
a glitch droid.
No, it was not respectful in the slightest. Oh, look at this cute stutter. No, I don't like that droid.
I get you.
It really, I don't really tend to get that upset about people about stutters and stuff, but that one, just for whatever reason, it really annoyed me a lot. It's so cute, so cute. Kill it with fire.
No, I get it, man. But yeah, no, like I have to go back to Andor and look exactly which episode shit starts happening, and then I can tell you which episode shit starts happening.
Okay, and if you do that, I may actually. I've been actually meaning to give it a chance to just watch it again, but every time I think of it, I'm just like, but I don't wanna.
I can't tell you the same thing with JoJo though. That's something I can't. I wish I could tell you. Yeah, you can skip the episodes. You'll be fine. Like, no, these are actually pretty vital.
Can you skip the first season?
No. I wish I could tell you could skip it. I wish I could. But it's actually pretty vital in setting up what happens next. So
I may do you the favor on that, since so many people among so many other places say it's so great. I may just put it on ambiently while I'm playing something else and just let it kind of wash over me. And just
to be fair, I don't always super pay attention when it comes to the first season anyway, because I kind of think although I like Jonathan Joestar's heroic personality, I'm like, he's kind of a generic stale character.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it doesn't start to get interesting until Joseph Joestar, when he's like that wild untamed youth, basically.
Yeah.
And then the irony in the next arc, when his grandson is like an even worse youth than he was, and he's like the wise old dude that's like, hey, you can't be a smartass all the time. I know I was one.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, yeah, okay, this guy has seen shit. I understand him.
Yeah. So yeah.
Okay, I'm curious. I'm curious to see where they're gonna go with these pirates. How they're gonna set it up.
And obviously these guys are coming back.
Yeah, they don't set this up in the very first. And again, this is overall what I'm liking about this season, just as the start, is that they're setting things up for a larger narrative.
I've a hard time saying I'm liking something about a season when we literally have one episode.
Oh, I know. I'm being general. I'm being general because, like, again, most of the time with Mandalorian, it's a self-contained story.
You're trusting them to turn right when they're probably going to turn left.
Yeah, you're probably right, but I still have to give it a shot. Unfortunately,
Hey, I'm watching it too, aren't I?
yeah, you are giving it a shot, which I'll give you credit for.
And how and other than me saying I don't think that they're going to go the right way, how negative have I actually been being? Other than me saying that I don't think that they're going to go the right way, I actually other than
the fact that you say you don't think that you're going to go they're going to go the right way, it pretty much gives everybody the indication that, like, oh, you're not going to like where it's going to go.
But
like, you're damn right. If they're going to go the wrong way, you're damn right I'm not going to like where it's going to go.
Yeah, but wasn't I talking about how with what they've shown us, how with what Grief Karg is doing, this could be really good, and talking about with what they're showing us, as all the stuff could be really good and just world building. I was actually talking about what they're showing us.
So it has potential. It has potential, but will they live it up? Is
right. So what I'm trying to say is that yes, I'm pessimistic about whether I believe that they're going to do what they could do with it. Yes, I am goddamn pessimistic.
I understand your pessimism. But I also have a little of that myself.
But I am not looking at this episode going, "Oh, this was complete dumpster fire." Blah 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 blah. No.
Yeah, no.
I actually see a good amount of good.
You've made it clear earlier, like, you like the concepts, you're just not a fan of the execution.
Yeah, and if they actually manage to make the right turns instead of the wrong turns this time, I will be so happy.
Consider their track record, though. I can understand why you're pessimistic about it.
Yeah, and honestly, it's kind of like with Mandalorian season 2. I actually felt really weird in that because a lot of people were like, "Oh, this is bad," or "Oh, this is good." I think I literally thought about half of them were good and half of them were shit, and it wasn't one after the other good, one after the other bad. It was like, "Oh, this is good." Then the next one, "What the fuck? Oh, this is good. What the fuck? Oh, this is good. What the fuck?"
It's more like, "Oh, this is good."
I really was. I was getting so much.
This is good. What the fuck again?
Yeah, I was really getting whiplash in Mandalorian season 2, and that's why when I watched this, I'm like, okay, I'm seeing some good things here. I also know how I felt in season 2.
Well, buckle up, because you know what, some whiplash, if not a lot, is coming.
And to think about season 2, the season 2 premiere, I loved.
Yeah,
I really loved that premiere, which is not what I got from this. I didn't get I hate this other than, oh my god, you just showed us the actual oath. And
when what I say, and I've said this about, like, certain products, and Disney Star Wars is definitely included in that. Hope for the best, but expect the worst.
mm-hmm.
If you hope for the best and expect the worst, then either you'll be pleasantly surprised or you won't be surprised at all.
Yeah. And Hamster, I'm not sure what you're asking about what happened. You said that 1 minute ago, so that's about what we were just talking about. So I can only assume you're asking about what happened in Mandalorian season 2, and that's what I just explained about my whiplash. I don't know really what else to say that I've already said.
And this is probably like the longest stream we've done.
Yeah, possibly. And it actually, and even though it has gone into prequels and sequels and stuff, it didn't actually go into other games and stuff. So I'm going to say that this one stayed mostly on point.
For the most part, yeah.
Because I'm going to say that even going into the prequels was on point because it had to do with what actually happened here instead of someone going, "Oh, you know that game."
Well, I mentioned that once or twice, but yeah.
No, I know, but it didn't lead into a 45-minute
45-minute rant about why this game sucks. I get you.
Yeah. So, yeah. I'm going to say that we actually stayed pretty much on topic.
I mean, I mentioned the Plinkett thing earlier, but that's about it.
Oh, God, yeah. I bet these people talking with you have better respect for Kenobi than you. So, what did you think about Kenobi?
What, me?
Yeah, because he's saying he bets that people talking with me have better respect for Kenobi than I do.
I didn't think Kenobi was that great. I thought it was okay. It had a lot of good moments in it.
Okay,
But
so yes, he's
overall,
right.
It was just kind of a. It was just kind of like a big smidge of a flop, especially with that finale.
I really need to edit my video on that show. So yeah, I guess Hamster's correct. You do have more respect for it than I do.
No, I'm just better at hiding any disdain I have.
Well, he's seen in one of my things where I'm yelling Riva and I'm yelling at Riva and Kenobi and a whole bunch of other things. Apparently he listens to it just way more times than I think is healthy.
It has its good moments. I just feel like
Yeah.
they should have gone with a better, like, simpler story when it came to that show. Like, you didn't really need to take Obi-Wan off planet. I mean, look at the book Kenobi. They kept him on planet the entire story, and that is actually probably, as far as like the EU books that I've read, that's actually my favorite book. Is Kenobi because it was a simple story.
Kenobi was on planet, but which planet? I ask you, which planet?
Tatooine.
In the book, but how about the show? Which planet? I ask you.
He jumped to one weird planet. I forgot the names of the planet, but he jumped to one.
I know,
planet,
and
then
they
he jumped to Imperial
and they
Base
were not
planet,
and they were not named Tatooine, were they?
Not until like the end. They didn't go back to Tatooine until like the very end of the story.
At the point that he leads them back to Luke.
Well, technically, he only leaded her back to Luke. He didn't lead anybody else.
Yes.
Hey, guys, I'm back. I'm sorry.
He still did it.
Honestly,
that's the point. He left, and then he brought them back.
That ended up biting him in the ass because Bale says, "No, the boy will be safe."
Yeah.
He almost got murdered by a crazy one with a lightsaber. Yeah, sure, he'll be safe.
Mm-hmm.
You couldn't pull Ahsoka. You couldn't find anybody else to get your daughter out of this predicament.
Yeah, so both Bale and Kenobi were character assassinated by the entire
I wouldn't
thing.
say character assassinated, just like
I would.
yeah, you would. no, I wouldn't say like I wouldn't use the term character assassination. My term would be like, Obi-Wan abandoned his duty. Okay, yeah, that is kind of character assassination.
Yes.
But to be fair, this isn't the first time Bale has made a dumb decision. I mean, he went after Shaak Ti in The Force Unleashed and got trapped on that planet for a while. So let's just say Bale isn't always the wisest with decisions.
But Bale also broke the actual fire break that was intentionally made between him and Kenobi. He broke the fire break that was made. This wasn't just a judgment call. This was
I think my dad's talking again, but
but we only hear background.
You hear background because I'm just outside.
Okay,
yeah, no, that's probably why, because we're hearing nothing but.
Oh, maybe I'm too far away.
Hi.
But yeah, I mean, out of a lot of the series, Kenobi, I don't remember that way.
I
Yeah,
can
I
only
didn't-
hear a little bit of what you're saying.
I don't remember much of Kenobi, just a little bit. Usually,
It was
if
all
a
bad?
series is
He doesn't remember
usually
much of Kenobi, just a little bit, is what he said.
Yeah.
the series is good. I remember a lot more of it. I think it kind of dragged to me.
It was all bad. That spoiler alert. Spoiler warning. Kenobi.
Yeah,
It was all bad.
As I'm still here.
Okay, and you're always welcome to talk.
Hey, Dad, is my cat outside, or is she still outside, or is she back in now?
She's not out here. There's kids, neighbor kids out.
Let me check the garage just in case.
Yeah, I don't see. Like I'm saying, Kenobi was very anticipated. People were waiting for Kenobi, and I don't think Kenobi lived up to a lot of. It had a few small points, but Kenobi seemed really. Was it just me, or did Kenobi just seem like?
I heard you say a few small points. What did you mean about what were you saying around the small points? Because you really are going. Brr, brr, brr.
Oh, sorry. I'm trying to speak clearly.
No, it's not you. It's that I'm hearing background shit that's muting from your words.
Yeah, it must be just the atmosphere sound and
Yeah,
the
that
street.
it's not what you're saying. It's that whatever is going on around you is actually overriding occasionally what you're saying.
Oh, I see. Okay. Well, let me save my comments until I walk back in.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, she's indoors. Anyway,
Okay, cool.
let's.
I was just waiting for your dad to get back to where he could actually talk without.
All right, well, let's talk about the Bo-Katan throne theme where she's.
Okay. I don't have much to say about this because I don't know a lot about Bo-Katan.
All right, well, I'll fill in the blanks here. I actually understand why she's angry and bitter. Like
Mhm.
her whole journey is like, she started out as a member. Again, I don't think she has the right to judge Din, considering she was in Death Watch.
Yeah.
A death cult of her own. But like I can understand why she's so bitter about the whole Mandalorian thing at this point, because in TCW, after her, she was under Vizsla, and then Maul took over, and then Maul killed Vizsla, and then so she kind of broke off from Death Watch after that and became like a regular Mandalorian. Then she helped retook Mandalore, only for the Empire to take over it. Then she started fighting the Empire, finally got like the Darksaber from what's her name? Sabine? Yes, Sabine from Rebels.
Yep, it's Sabine. I do know that much.
And then Mandalore gets bombed, and she loses the Darksaber to Moff Gideon. She finds an opportunity to get it back, only for Din to get it before her. And I think, again, based on that whole kind of plot line, I think she's just genuinely like the whole experience. She's like, she's like, I've tried enough. Fuck it.
Okay.
That's literally where she is in the story right now. She's
So
like,
you don't think she's become full of Jake Skywalker, right?
No. I think she's like, I've tried and I've tried, but nothing I do seems to work. So I'm gonna stop bothering. You could make the argument that like she's been Jake Skywalkered, but like the difference between her and Luke in The Last Jedi is that she actually made a fucking effort. Luke didn't.
Yeah, that's
and and actually, I'm going to mute you for the moment, JG, while I say something. Let's say my point on this, okay?
Yeah.
So, so from my perspective, as somebody who did not watch any of PCW where she was in, or Rebels, who really only knows her from this, and knowing what you guys have told me. Hey, okay. But I didn't see this as a Jake Skywalker from her explanation. It sounded like after they had gotten the possibility of getting the dark saber, and then it slipped through her fingers to Din. All of the people that she had with her actually went, "Yeah, fuck off. We had the chance for it, and you let it get away. So we're gonna go be mercenaries now because what's the point of this?" So they left her. It's not that she turned her back on doing this. It's that after she had the chance at it and didn't achieve it, her support disappeared. That's not
Well,
her
again,
turning away. But it's not her turning away. We're talking about whether they Jake Skywalkered her. No, this is not her being Jake Skywalker. She didn't turn away from what she was going towards. She actually lost her support, and she's going, "Well, fuck this," because all the people that were supporting me, what am I supposed to do now?
She had support structure even as far
Yeah.
back as Rebels, and she lost that because she lost the throne.
Exactly, and now she lost the chance at the dark saber, which is why they were all there with her at that point. They're like, "You're going to get it. We're supporting you to get it." Then, oh, nope, you didn't get it. And they went, "Yeah, fuck this." So again, she didn't turn her back on them. They turned their back on her.
Yeah, and again, I'm looking at from her perspective. Again, she's tried multiple times to unite her people under a particular like warrior banner, and all the time she failed every time.
And
again,
like I say,
it's no fault of her own. It was probably a lot of circumstances she couldn't control.
Yeah, and in this case, it's like her own troops said no. We're done. So how the hell is this a Jake Skywalker situation?
Yeah, no. Again, the difference between her and Luke from the Last Jedi is that she actually tried.
And
failed multiple times before she obviously this isn't for me.
And when we say failed, she didn't turn away from the people who wanted to follow her. The people who followed her turned away from her.
Yeah.
That is almost the opposite of Jake Skywalker.
Yeah, she got dropped. She was dropped by her people. But it's to add a little levity to the whole scene. She strikes me as when a woman's had a very, very rough week, and she comes home after a long, rough week, and she takes a carton of Haagen-Dazs and eats the whole damn thing. That's the impression I get from her.
Oh, dear Lord.
It's like, or either that or instead of eating one whole bag of Cheetos, she ate two. You know what I mean? You go get it.
Yeah.
On the Kenobi, just to address that, I think parts of Kenobi because Kenobi was kind of weak through the whole thing.
Kind of.
But he was really weak. I mean, I kept wondering when's the Kenobi I remember coming back. When is he? I understand he's older, but did he just sit on a recliner all these years? And
apparently,
it's like just to me, it's just like it's another way of just bringing down somebody who's great with the writing and all that stuff. So that's my view. I mean, it's a steamer for me. It is a steamer. It's not even really not. It didn't live up to the hype.
It didn't live up to the hype.
I think the only good parts about it is every time his ass got rescued, he had to be rescued. That's so terrible. Since when did Obi-Wan ever have to be rescued as much as he did in this series?
I don't remember much good about it, to be honest.
You don't remember much good of the Obi-Wan Kenobi show?
No.
Yeah. Usually I remember if the series is half good.
I will say I did like the whole new ships of the prisoner and the location that they sort of kind of were located on.
I would point out that ow.
The protagonist.
JG, what the hell is up with your audio?
I don't know.
It is really bad.
It is like a FNAF. It is like a FNAF.
You need to come further inside.
You are not understandable. You are just static with occasional words.
I am inside.
I don't know. I can't say. I can just say that your audio is shit.
Hop into the
It's like a sound from one of the FNAF creation estates. Of course, you guys may not know what that is.
Yeah, all I'm saying is, I said what I was going to say.
No, I'll tell you this. There are some things I remember from Kenobi. I remember, him being depressed and eating some meat that he took. I remember, I remember bits and pieces from the show. Like I remember, them hunting a Jedi in Tatooine or whatever, and cutting off some random woman's hand.
Okay.
I remember Leia being a smartass. I remember the stuff with Darth Vader really well, and that the planet that they were on was Jabim at one point, because I love the planet Jabim because of the Clone Wars comic art that's there. And then I remember the lightsaber duels being ass.
Yeah.
Him showering Darth Vader with a bunch of rocks for some reason.
I don't need. There was a lot of stuff that I liked from it though, but it does lead to something that could have been desirable though, or direction of some sort. I don't know. Would have been better if it was just a bloody movie, anyways.
Yeah. One sec. I'm currently looking for my video that has me going Reva. Which I actually had to fight copyright for, by the way.
Oh, dang. You know what? I'm actually surprised. No one took like a clip of Finn yelling Ray, but changing it to Ray.
Yeah.
What?
So I actually what I'm about to play was actually claimed by Disney, and I told Disney to fuck right the hell off.
What claim?
I'm about to show you.
Okay.
That's what I said.
Just
give me a sec. This is what Hamster has watched and apparently watches way more often than is healthy. This is part of what I watched the last couple episodes of Kenobi. I actually fully recorded myself live. So this was my full-on live reaction, not edited after the fact or anything. So let's be clear about that. Yeah. Just wanted that to be clear. This was not anything that I came up with. This was just me watching it and reacting. And and Disney did not like this and tried to pull it down. And I did a counterclaim, and I won. So this is 2 minutes approximately.
Let's go.
Yep, here we go.
Riva. Riva. No, you couldn't. Because plot protected Luke. Yep.
I couldn't do it.
The plot stopped you. Because if you had killed him, then A New Hope couldn't have happened.
I killed them all.
Mhm.
Now, to
I'm not
redeem
sure.
Riva. After all that she's done.
You have given them peace.
Hey, Obi-Wan, imagine, you could have actually killed Vader, like you should have, and you could have told Reva that, guess what? I finished your mission for you. Your justice has been served. You could have done that.
You've chosen not to.
Wouldn't that have been great? Oh, wait, that also would have stopped A New Hope from happening. Both Luke and Darth Vader had literal fucking plot armor, just like Kenobi has.
Wow. That really does make them look
No
incompetent in
tension
this
for any
show.
of that. Oh, yeah, and Owen has plot armor, and Beru has plot armor as well. How many people in this show have plot armor that are important that were threatened? Yeesh.
Hmm. Jeez.
Oh my god, yeah. No wonder this show was dull.
Yes!
There's no stakes.
Yes!
How did I not see this? How did I not see this before? There's no stakes.
Yes!
They're not gonna kill Reva because she's their new special character.
No, you're not free,
I'm
Ben.
joking, by the way, I
Obi-Wan.
actually like Reva.
Luke is still here.
Uh,
Leia is
yeah.
known about. Vader is still out there. So is the Grand Inquisitor. You're not freed, Ben.
Proves a track.
yeah, no, you have a point. This show is literally plot armor of the show.
Yes!
Kenobi is plot armor of the series, or Obi-Wan Kenobi is plot armor of the series. Oh my god! Oh my
And
god!
this-
I can't look at it the same now.
This is part of my. I actually have
I
all
thought it
of
was
my
just
audio.
a mediocre show, but
No,
damn.
I had. This is part of. I actually have all of the audio recorded for my video for this. I sucked at editing at that point, and now I know a bit more about editing, and I need to get back to actually just editing it. It's fucking together, because I have like about a 45-minute video with the
I'm not
audio
gonna lie,
track
Matt, I don't
already.
think I've seen this clip. I don't think before today. I don't think I saw that clip.
That's on my public YouTube.
I know, but I don't often watch a lot of videos. Like
No, that's fine. But one reason why I was showing it was because Hamster showed up and he watches that video for my Riva comment.
Reva.
He was telling me that he actually watches that like every few days just because he likes it a lot, and I'm like, okay then.
That's kind of scary there. That's kind of
Yeah.
scary there.
So there's
Scary,
that.
Hamster.
Well,
Yeah.
it was enough to ruffle Disney's feathers, right? It was enough to ruffle Disney's feathers for sure.
I just didn't.
Yeah.
I did not realize like you say what you will about shows like the Mando and Andor, like because these characters don't exist within like the new or even the older films. Some of them, there's still the possibility that they can be killed for the sake of
Yeah.
the plot.
Mm-hmm.
Even Din isn't 100% safe, although
But
the show would be over after he dies. But
well, but no, not necessarily, because it is called the Mandalorian, not the Din Djarin. it could be handed to another Mandalorian. In theory,
Probably it'll be handed to Grogu.
Well, yeah, but in theory,
Character becomes Mandalorian.
it could even be handed to Boba Fett because he's another Mandalorian.
If it gets handed to any other Mandalorian than Din, though, because again, it is a show about his particular Mando.
Yes,
it's probably going to be disorienting.
It would be, and I'm not saying that would be likely. I'm just saying it's possible. Which adds in and the possibility of when he's in a high stakes situation that it's possible he might not survive because it's about the Mandalorian.
But
it's not likely. But I'm saying that he doesn't have the full plot armor. You might think that
you actually have me thinking, like, even in Andor, there's characters that could die down the road that we're just meeting. Obviously, there's the ones that we know for a fact aren't going to die yet because we know their fates, their deaths are later. Like, for example, Saw Gerrera and Cassian Andor both in the show.
And Mon Mothma.
We know that, and Mon Mothma. So we know Mon Mothma doesn't die until years later, and we know Andor and
it's one of the things that makes prequels difficult.
Saw Gerrera
die.
Mon Mothma died in the EU. I don't know if she's died in current canon yet.
But the point is that we know that Mon Mothma did not die until after Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, I know.
No, I was saying that for CT. Well, that was me answering CT.
That's the point I'm getting at. Like, we know for a fact some of the characters in Andor are safe, but some of them, because we haven't seen them in other Star Wars media, are not.
Mm-hmm.
And
exactly,
the only one that, like, only that robot and that one lady that were in Kenobi were like the only people really that died.
Mm-hmm.
You know, was it the lady that went into the Imperial disguise? That as far as like main characters.
Well, I don't know.
She's like the only one that died. Everybody else was safe. I'm like, this is I see what you mean. This is literally plot armor of the series.
Yeah, exactly. And so when I went into Kenobi, I was like, I want to to give this a chance, but I've seen too much of what they've said, and I'm like, this is plot armor the show, and that's what I was like looking at going into it.
Hello, Mom.
Hi.
Sorry, my parents are calling me up for dinner here. I have to be absent for a moment.
That's fine. That's what mute is for.
We're probably gonna wrap up soon, aren't we?
Oh, definitely. I just thought that was funny.
No, I agree with you. After seeing that clip, I'm like, actually, yeah. Now that I think about it, this is Obi-Wan Kenobi is literally the plot armor of the series.
So yeah, you see why whenever someone brings up Kenobi, I'm like,
Yeah, I mean, like, there's no stakes for minor characters, but yeah, like the stakes there are completely gone.
Yeah, and
on the audio net, you should do a.
But yeah, and with what I knew I was going to be saying there, that's why I was prefacing it so much with pointing out that I had not seen the episode yet. That was me recording myself live while watching it, and actually have the full episode matched with my commentary to it, which there's no way in hell I could actually release that on YouTube because would not. Well, length is not the problem. There's no way in hell I would get that past the DMCA that Disney would give me. Because I didn't talk throughout the entirety of that like I did through that 2-minute clip.
So I mean, you literally just have to do highlights then.
Yes, and I have highlights of that I have for the video that I was talking about, which is why I did that because I knew I was going to be making a video on it, so I recorded that for it, and I've kind of considered like releasing that on say Rumble or something like that. But there's no way in hell it would get past YouTube. But that particular clip Disney tried to take it down, and I just went. I did a full on counterclaim, going, no. Oh, this is transformative because I talk throughout it. And no one would be able to watch this clip and get the same experience of watching it as they would get watching the original show. So this is transformative, and this is and that makes it and that makes it fair use, and it should not be copyright claimed. But 10 days later, it was lifted. Because I mean, there's no way you could actually watch that and get the same experience of watching Kenobi.
Yeah.
I was talking over how much I didn't pause anything. I was just like right over it. I actually know a lot about fair use, by the way. It's something that, because I really liked Weird Al while growing up, I just ambiently researched. So yeah, I I know quite a bit about what it takes to fall under fair use and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that covers most of this episode.
Yeah, it's I get what you mean. It's like interesting concepts and ideas, but like not really great execution.
And honestly, what we'll see where they go from here. I mean, they could actually make this good. It's not like this is a dog's dinner that they're starting from. They're starting from something that is very passable.
Yeah. Again, hope for the best, expect the worst.
Yeah,
You'll be fine.
and I wish we weren't at that point.
No, of course we don't. But you know, anytime you take a risk with any particular show that has disappointed you in the past, you know,
Yeah,
it's always progress. You're like, yeah, maybe it'll be good finally.
yep. And just to
although
make sure,
Mandalorian hasn't disappointed me in the past, it has had its problems.
yeah. And but before we go, I just want to make sure, because I don't think anybody's tipped anything. Nope. No, nobody has. But I just want to make sure that, just in case somebody had made a tip, that he would that I'd have acknowledged it. But I didn't miss anything.
Hey, how do you do that on this?
How do I do what?
How do you do it?
Well, okay, you're asking about the tipping.
Yeah.
Dear Lord, work on your audio, because that's painful.
Yeah, just ask him in like the chat or something, because this.
Well, if I'm right about the question, I am going to answer it online, but I am going to mute him, because dear Jesus.
Yeah, man, Dad, I understand we're on ghetto setups here, but like, damn, Dad, we gotta.
Okay, so to answer the question about the tips, it's through Stream Elements. That they've got two things on Stream Elements. It's called there's the regular tipping, which you can do with no matter what size channel you have, and you can do that through PayPal, and you can just set that up by linking Stream Elements to your channel, and then you can link your PayPal to it. Then people can tip you through PayPal. If you have more than 100 subs, which yay, I do. You can, and you live in the U.S. or one of the other countries that they're able to do it within. You can use what's called Stream Elements Pay, se.pay, and but you need to ask them to set it up for you, and then you can accept credit cards without needing to go through PayPal. So I actually just got that set up today. So yeah, you may have noticed right at the very beginning, in that it said there was a Stream Element spot running, and that's what that's from. So yeah, it's a very new thing. I can now get super chats of a kind, and I don't expect anybody to give them, but now if anyone wants to.
All right, I'm back. So what's going on?
You're back right in time for the ending.
Okay.
We're getting ready to wrap up. But maybe
we'll have a fully stretched together now. So
probably soon. I got to make sure my phone battery and my headphones are good before we get into voice chat. But maybe we can reconvene when the next episode premieres.
Oh, definitely.
We can find a good day and time.
If Friday's good for you guys, Friday's good for me because I'm really busy Tuesday through Thursday.
Yeah, Friday usually works unless my niece is over. That's like the only occasion it would.
Like when I say I'm really busy, I mean really busy Tuesday through Thursday.
I get you.
There's reason I only got around to see Mandalorian around 9 o'clock last night.
Damn, that's late viewing.
Yeah. So I was like, spoilers, and people saying things like, I don't mind people talking about, but when I was like, yeah, I haven't seen it yet, and then Sam the Man went and started saying, I'm like, spoilers, dude. It's like, I don't mind people talking about it, but don't do it when I just said I haven't seen it yet. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Also, have you played the Dead Space remake or?
Doesn't work on my computer.
You tried it.
And it didn't run.
Annihilus got his to run, but every so often,
he's got a better computer than I have.
True. No, he got his to run, but every so often he turns into a floating gun. So take that for what it's worth.
When I eventually get a PS5, I will. I promise I will play and stream it. I do have somebody who has told me that they're planning to give me one for my birthday. We'll see if that happens.
Okay, so this concludes our 10-hour first episode Mandalorian discussion chat for season 3.
It only took us 8 times the amount of time that the episode took.
Nah, but we'll see if we can. We should reconvene for next Friday. And
I would be happy to.
Hopefully, it won't be as jumbled or long. But this is how we are, I guess.
Hey, I have insane attention deficit disorder. I assume that people come here to see that.
Well, you're not wrong.
I mean, if I were to be boop boop boop, I think that I'd probably lose people, frankly.
You were already kind of boop boop boop. You weren't too boop boop, but you were there.
Well, I'll say one thing in closing. Reba.
Oh God. Well, when I say boop,
what have
boop,
you
boop,
done?
What I mean is if I were trying to be too much by the numbers, here we go. But I do think that it was helpful to actually have the actual episode up that I could just, without playing it, just kind of go through the frames, kind of keep us centered as to where we were. I think that was actually useful. What do you think?
Yeah, that was, so we could get a better, almost a better remembrance of what happened.
Yeah. So I think that actually helps a bit. And with it just being the stills instead of trying to play it, that's not going to get us taken down. It's just a reference.
Yeah, next time though, I'd recommend just taking a screenshot so it's easier.
Yeah, that requires a lot more planning. This just makes it so that I can just flip through as we're talking.
Yeah, no, I hear you. All right, gentlemen.
Yep.
I'm gonna tap out. It's been real.
And have a good night, everybody. Thank you to everybody for coming and watching, and thank you to all of you for being here and talking. I appreciate all of you. See ya.
Bye, y'all.
Later.